Dorothy Mondell, and I'm Director at the Jackson County Department of Aging. And this is our first Caregiver Conference.
Yay!
We appreciate you all being at our inaugural Caregiver Conference. We hope to do this again in the future. And we so appreciate Brenda and Mark being willing to come down from Alma, Michigan, to do this with us. And I'd like to read some more information about Brenda and Mark. Mark Roberts is their last name. It's his husband, father, and grandfather. Mark was employed for over 25 years as the mechanical department supervisor for Alma College. He was responsible for maintaining the heating, air conditioning, and plumbing for the entire campus. Mark left his position at the college when he was diagnosed with young onset dementia. Throughout his life, Mark has been active in his community, serving on a variety of board of directors and other volunteer activities. His activities included coaching Special Olympics basketball, building sets, and working backstage, plus serving on the board of directors of the local civic theater, acting as a Red Cross disaster responder, and many other activities. Mark continues to volunteer at his church, and he's also started a men's club consisting of persons living with and without dementia, and they get together for coffee and socialization. He serves as a dementia advocate and mentor by speaking at public forums, such as what we're doing today. And Mark frequently works alongside his wife Brenda, as well as dementia educator Tifa Snow at various dementia educational events. And I think he met Sophie. Yeah. And Brenda is Director of Quality Assurance and Education at the Michigan Assisted Living Association. She has a certificate in advanced clinical dementia practices from the University of Michigan and a master's degree from Central Michigan University in education and community leadership. Brenda is also a certified dementia trainer, coach, consultant, and engagement leader by Tifa Snow's Positive Approach to Care. And Brenda possesses a unique blend of experience, education, and passion. So we appreciate the Roberts being here today. A quick housekeeping thing I forgot to mention. Bathrooms are down this hall on the right. Again, we welcome Brenda and Mark and Sophie.
And Sophie, of course. Thank you. All right, now I gave you a warning right up front that you were going to have a partner and touch someone. And I gave you an emotion card. And you may know the person already sitting next to you, and that's okay. But what I want you to do is get 3 pieces of information from that person. I want you to learn your partner's name and just 2 other things about that person. Maybe why they're here today, that they have a loved one. Not too long, just something really short. Maybe their favorite color. We want just a little bit of information. So, not too long. You're going to probably want to write it down because I'm going to have you introduce your person in a peculiar sort of way, which might make you a little nervous, which would trigger your amygdala, which might shut down your brain from thinking well. So, write down your partner's responses. So, take a minute. Introduce yourself to the person next to you and be prepared to introduce that person to the group. Yes, group. How did it feel participating in an introduction like that? What did you think? Should I do it again? Yeah. Do it again? Frightening? It's nervous. You were afraid, a little nervous. Okay. Did anybody have fun? You were nervous too? Oh, good. I like making people nervous. Okay, people, when you were sending your emotion, how did you do? Did you always communicate that emotion effectively? No, we didn't always communicate it effectively, did we? I mean, sometimes we had a hard time guessing what that emotion might be. And so, from that way, receivers, did we always interpret the message correctly, the emotion correctly? We didn't, did we? As hard as they tried, as much as she laughed, as rude as she tried to be, we didn't always get it quite right. So what did we learn about communication from this activity? Oh, it's hard. It's kind of like charades. Multidimensional. I found myself, I think I'm, you have different learning styles. I think I'm kinesthetic because I have to move a lot. So I found myself, like, yeah, what in the hell? I felt my body responding to people. Okay. Did you think, besides the words they spoke, what other clues did they give you about what they were communicating? Body language. We're going to learn, well, one of the things is that people with dementia pay much more attention to what they see than what you say. So your body language is extremely important. Maybe next time I shouldn't have use any words. Maybe just your body communicate. Okay? So it's really important when you're communicating with a person with dementia that your body language is communicating what you want. Because Mark, how many times, dementia or not, Mark will say, "What's the matter?" I say, "Nothing." All right? Nothing didn't mean nothing, did it? So he doesn't go on his merry way because I said, with my body and with my tone of voice. There's so much more than what the words we use communicate. Okay, so how does this, I just told you how it relates to a person living with dementia. How else? Anything else that you can think of how this game might relate to communicating with a person with dementia? How about a person living with dementia who can't verbalize anymore? Then it becomes even more important that our body language, their body language tells us so much more. The hard part is their body's changing and abilities are changing. But the other thing too is behavior. Behavior. We also often hear the words behaviors. Hey, especially with a behavioral interventionist amongst us, right? Grandma was so proud. She tried to act not, but she was. But no, we often think of behaviors as negative. But I'm wondering, I'm just curious, because you're working with kids, where their behavior is usually communicating something? For the most part. There's usually a reason for a behavior, right? So you're sitting, you're not sitting still in the chair. That's a cue to me as a trainer. It might be a good time to take a break. Somebody might have to go potty, okay? So there's a lot of things our behaviors communicate, and we're reading those all day long. Okay, Mark, it's your turn. Yeah, are you still awake over there?
Yeah.
Okay.
I gotta turn myself on.
Oh, oh, there he goes. It's sexually inappropriate again.
There, I'm on. Well, let's see what we have to.
Yeah, you
Of
can
course,
stay
I've already introduced myself.
Right.
Oh, you gonna come up with me? Come here. Come here. We're gonna make her sit down here a minute. Okay, now stay.
Okay.
I was really surprised on how many people had vascular dementia. Usually you don't hear that. It's mostly Alzheimer's or another form, frontal lobal or things like that.
Frontotemporal.
Yeah, and so I was quite surprised. And you're so diverse. There's so many people that are caregivers and people who are working in the field. I think it's really important and glad that you're here to listen to some of the things that we have learned and practiced, and also associate with other people who have the dementia, if you want to call it that. I'm disturbed, but anyways, I was really surprised. I think I was shocked when I was told that I had dementia. Is that where you want me to go with that? Okay.
It's right here. Just real basic, honey. Just
Okay. And
How long have you had dementia?
I've had it for 7 years so far. But I would say back when I was 55, in that era, that I noticed a lot of changes.
Okay.
So
Stay right here. I'll lead you. Okay, step over here, why don't you, a little bit, so I can watch the slides.
All right.
I'll help you walk through them. We're going to get to all that stuff you're trying to get.
Yep.
Okay?
I'm sorry.
No, you're doing great. In fact, usually he
Sophie.
does better. The slides, sometimes they used to
Down.
help, and now they're distracting. You know, it used to be the guide for him to go through, but now to read the slides and try to talk is distracting for him. So, but I'm going to describe young onset, the term that Mark used for those of you who may not know. Young onset dementia is often, or sometimes called early onset too. We prefer, and we definitely, Mark and I prefer young onset, and that refers to somebody who is diagnosed before the age of 65, right? And we prefer the term young onset over early because sometimes we talk about early stages, and so people tell me they have early dementia, and I'm thinking, oh, they have early onset or young onset, and so the language just gets confused. So I think, and when we say we're very connected nationally with people who have young onset dementia, and I would say the young onset dementia community prefers the terminology young onset over early onset. Language things are shifting and changing. You know, I didn't update this statistic. I don't know if it's more up to date than when I first did these slides. But there are about 5.5 million Americans with dementia, and 200,000 are before the age of 65. Those are people who are diagnosed. Unfortunately, it's common for a person with young onset dementia to get a divorce and get fired before they ever get a diagnosis. It's really more common than not that all of that happens. And we'll share with our story. Mark was on the verge of losing his job after 25 years of being a stellar employee. Our marriage was in jeopardy, and our family was really struggling. And so you're going to hear about a lot of those sorts of things along the way. Mark, up here it says, my life has changed, but I still have a good life.
Yes.
All right, well, tell us about this picture then. Who are these people, honey? Brag a little bit. You're the grandpa, and you're the
Great-grandpa.
great-grandpa.
Yeah, my one son just had a baby here last October, and we're really enjoying her. She's so funny, the way she tries to laugh, but now she's starting to get more teeth, so now last night she was crying a whole lot. I think he was about ready to pull his hair out. But that's Kinsley, and her dad standing there, that's my oldest grandson. That's Brandon. He just graduated, and he is going into, well, I forget it's called agronomy, and so he's going to soil test, and he's already a company's already in the area has contacted him that he'd have a job once he finishes his degree. It's through
He's
Michigan.
always played in the dirt, hasn't he?
Yeah. And it really surprised me. That wasn't his thought some years back, but he got into FAA, and now he's really into the community of farming and what we're doing with our soil. Of course, many of us know about the problem with pollution, and Gratiot County is really, really bad. They're in deep trouble. But, oops.
I'm sorry, sweetie.
And then Justin, that's his brother, and he's a junior this year. And both of them played soccer, so we've been all over. We've been down here watching soccer games while the boys played. And next to him is his dad. And Brian is a prison guard. And
he's married to our daughter. I refer to him as the sperm donor. But I love him.
Yeah, he gets razzed a lot.
Yeah, he does. Okay. Mark, tell us Okay, so it says you share your diagnosis with everybody, and it says that you and I are advocates.
Yes.
So, why do you tell everybody about dementia? And you wear a badge. Somebody said to me, that guy's wearing a badge. Says, do you really have dementia? So he's like, he likes to wear your badge, right?
Yes.
Okay, so tell
I
us.
want people to know.
Oh, and Sophie even says, Sophie, the dementia service dog.
So we
Sit and stay, honey.
we're not doing it as being an activist, like going, to keep it advertised. But I do it purposely because if I go to a counter and I can't make change, and sometimes some other things, people look at that badge and then they kind of really quick. I don't have to say I have dementia, but they look at that real quick while I'm struggling to do something and then try to help me out.
And so why else, like we do videos and we speak and stuff, and it says you want others to not feel alone?
Right.
So what do you do when you are at McDonald's and you meet somebody who has
Well, and I've met, it's funny, it's one of my things that I do is go for breakfast at McDonald's 2 or 3 times a week, and then I like to sit there with my phone, and Sophie and I go through the news, and it's time to relax. But I have met several people that have just by acquaintance said good morning or whatever, and then I find out that with wearing the badge, somebody's been diagnosed with dementia. And so then I start to introduce myself and giving them information that if you would like to learn more about your dementia, if you want to learn how to live with dementia, and especially the caregivers, because they take a punishment, many of them do. And my family has took an awful punishment with me. And so I try to be an activist for them. Go ahead.
Mark, I'm going to take advantage of you saying raise your hand. So,
Sure.
did you feel badly putting that sign on you?
No.
Do you recommend my brother have a sign?
It depends on his personality.
Okay, that makes sense.
Like if he's not real verbal, I would recommend no. But then if he is verbal and easy to talk to, then I'd say yes.
Well, I'll give an opinion too. We'll show some cards that Mark uses later. And there are some people who carry cards. And I have a personal, this is me, okay? So like, can I wear this? Some people yes, some people can't. No, but I know that some people carry a card that says, my loved one is living with dementia, please be patient. And sometimes I say, please excuse their behaviors, different things. And then if the person is not, no, we'll show that later, honey.
Yes.
Okay.
But I'm getting it out.
Okay.
Oops.
And so they give this card kind of behind their loved one's back, okay? And we haven't gotten to that point yet. Maybe we'll get to a point that I feel comfortable giving that card out without Mark's knowledge, but I don't right now. And then the same sort of thing with, maybe a person living with dementia might wear that, not know it, but it's a proactive measure rather than, then that person knows right away, I'm dealing with a person living with dementia. So, do we want to be labeled? It's, it's a personal preference. And the other thing that we do it, Mark, do you remember that's one of the rules I break all the time. Do you remember I'll remind you of the last one that you said, because you want to help, this is a big thing with the movement of young onset dementia especially,
Right.
is abolish the stigma related to living with dementia, okay? A lot of people, and I'm going to talk about stigma, then I'm going to go back to your coffee group, okay? In a minute, I'll help you.
Okay.
So a stigma, what is a stigma? It's a mark of disgrace associated with particular situation, circumstances, person, quality. Synonyms: shame, disgrace, dishonor, humiliation, bad reputation. Those are all things that have to do with stigma. We were at a conference in Georgia, a large dementia conference, and there were many of us there who are out speaking, but we talked about how many people do not self-identify, okay? They may know they have dementia, but they don't self-identify. You know, we're in a day and age of coming out of the closet, right? Our lifestyles are out there now. One of the few things that still seems to be in the closet is that I'm living with dementia. We're not out there wearing signs and saying, I deserve the same rights, the same access as everyone else. And so that's a big part of the stigma. The other thing with the stigma, when you read, now you're going to read. When I'm on Facebook and the kids are like, I have this guy from California and that I've gotten to be friends with, and I said, Mom, how do you know him? I made friends with him on Facebook. He's coming into Michigan here pretty soon to meet up for a conference we're doing on dementia. And on Facebook, and we Zoom and we'll talk about that sort of thing. So I'm on Facebook, and I caution you, we can talk about social media relationship to dementia too. But I see people post this and post that. When you read articles now, see how many times it says suffering with dementia. We say a person living with dementia. I'm not suffering with dementia, I'm living with dementia. Life involves suffering. Life involves joy. Life involves all kinds of different emotions. Just because I have dementia does not mean I am suffering. Are there days that we suffer?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. But our number one preferred emotion is not suffering. A burden on society. All right, I was in a recent thing at a state level and working on a plan of related to dementia, and one of the terms that was thrown out there was to ease the financial burden on society. Oh, well, that doesn't do anything to help with the stigma, does it? Because if you get dementia, you're going to be a burden on society. Okay, so the words we use really do matter. And in this day and age, sometimes we're tired of being politically correct. We hear that a lot. But words really do matter. And when I learned words mattered to me was the difference between caregiver and care partner. I don't consider myself a caregiver. And the very first time that we were in a setting, and it was a research study, and the professor turned to me and said, Brenda, as the caregiver, and I felt insulted for Mark because I felt that it right away changed our relationship, that he had to have somebody take care of him, right? So he called me a caregiver, and I said, I prefer care partner, because let me just tell you, I've cared about him for 42 years, and we've been partners for 42 years. And so we are partners in this. Giver is kind of like, then there's a receiver, and yes, I give, but he gives. I receive, he receives. It still happens in this relationship, and it's very important, and we'll talk about that a little bit further. But Mark, wearing your pin, what about the coffee group?
Well, when I got dementia, I should bring this a little bit, which is that I'm not afraid to go and I went to the gas station where I was getting my gas. I told them, hey, I've got dementia. And I talked to them a little bit about it. And the next thing I know, they had called Brenda and asked her for her phone number in case something happened when I was at the station or I got confused. They would call her to get help.
Hey, I'm going to just do a little correction. Is I was there getting gas, and they asked for my phone number so they could call me.
Okay.
Okay, just because you said they called. See, I probably shouldn't do that, right? That's one of those things that different realities. See, I'll tell you what happened, and Mark knows. Don't let it.
Go ahead.
Okay, is you said they called her to ask her for her phone number.
Right.
They already had my phone number. So this is one of the things that I struggle with, okay, because I know that a person living with dementia, you should join their reality and, not correct, okay? Mark is aware, and so I typically don't correct him in a conversation, but I guess I felt a little bit here being judged. This is me, not you guys, being judged, like, he said, called her, how did he call her to get her phone number, right? Was that going through your brain? And so I shouldn't, it's just an example. It's hard to do. It's hard to not correct. Now, but sometimes, since Mark has self-awareness, and not all people living with dementia have self-awareness, sometimes it's important for him to know that he doesn't always get stuff right because he's operating in another space, and so he thinks, and so the reaction that he gets from other people then is he's expecting maybe a different reaction, right? Because he's in his space, we're in our space, and we're responding differently, and he's getting frustrated, right? And so I can tell you're looking bad because I corrected you. Do you feel bad? You're okay?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Did he just flip me off? No? Oh, he did that. Okay. Okay, that's good. The other one I was going to be like, oh, we're on tape. So, okay. So, but anyway, I'm going to go back. So the point of the story that you were making is the
I was
station.
verbal and everywhere I go.
Yeah.
Everybody from A to Z know that I have dementia, and if you don't know it, I'll tell you. I want you to be informed that some of the people that you're associating with have dementia. For example, at our church, I didn't know that there was 5 other people who have dementia. They won't say anything. Some of them have refused. Some of them have come out and said, it's great. So I started a group of men. It was all men. We have one lady that has it, but she doesn't participate in the church very much. Otherwise, I would invite her. But so I have this little group that gives them a chance to talk with one another and talk with other people who don't have dementia. It's about 7 of us every Friday, and we do a devotion, but we talk about everything but a lot of politics. So, but there's a man there that I pick up and bring him to the church, and he has dementia, and I don't think he's ever been diagnosed, has he? Alzheimer's. So then I bring him all the time. He loves going. And they talk about, do you remember so-and-so? And he can remember some of that stuff that's way back in the brain that he can remember. And you'll find that a lot of those people, in the same way, I can give you details of things back when I was in my...
Way more detail than we want, right?
Right. In the 20s and 30s. But now it's not...
My favorite story about your coffee group is the one guy who came in and he was new, just came to your coffee, and he was sad.
Yeah, his wife had Alzheimer's, and she was slipping pretty good, and but.
And what'd you say? He called me. This is Mark. He said Mark told him, "Well, I'm living with dementia. Must not have had your sign on." He says, "I'm living with dementia." And the guy was like, "Whoa!" And then Milt, the guy Mark picks up with, he says, "Well, I'm living with dementia too, aren't I, Mark?" Because he thought he was, but he was kind of like your wife. And I think I am, but and he's like, "Yeah." And then Mark says, "Well, you need to talk to my wife." And so then this guy calls me and he's like, "I've never talked to anybody who openly said they had dementia."
And when I first got it, people, you don't have dementia. You're
Oh,
doing
yeah,
so well. You can socialize. You can do this. And,
Yes.
you're at somebody's house helping them paint. and whatever else. Well, yeah, but now things are progressing and
Yep.
that don't work so good anymore.
Right.
So,
I'm going to let you talk about that in just about 2 minutes.
okay.
Okay.
So let's go on then.
All right. So that's Mark's introduction. A little introduction about me. Now, Marcy said about my training, my education, that sort of thing, and I'll talk. Ooh, it must
That
be
thing,
that.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. And I'll talk about why I think that's important, and it's not because I have it so much. You know, I've had this training. I've worked with older adults for 43 years. I mean, I worked for the Commission on Aging. I worked for the Area Agency on Aging. I worked for the State Office on Aging. I was the State Long-Term Care Ombudsman, which meant I went into nursing homes. And now I work in the assisted living arena. And so I've had an opportunity to work with older adults. It started when I was 16. My favorite person when I remember, I was in high school co-op job. And I worked in a nursing home with a physical therapist. And my favorite person was Elizabeth. And Elizabeth had organic brain syndrome back then, you know, probably some sort of dementia, probably vascular dementia as I look back. But I remember my very favorite person. And so I say that. As I said, I've had an amazing career of doing all these different things. Why do I think it's important that you know this? It's like, okay, I have this education, woohoo, big deal. But the big deal is that I know more than the typical spouse, right? I've been in the field for 43 years. I have an education in this field. Guess what? I totally missed it. Totally missed it. And he doesn't let me forget it, okay? Just did not recognize what was going on in our house as dementia. Now the question you asked earlier, did I go back and get my education as a result of Mark's? Well, I had already, you know, my formal college education, my master's, but I went to U of M and got the certificate in advanced clinical practices. And advanced clinical practices, and then, so I learned about the disease, a little bit more about the disease, but that's not still quite what I wanted. And so I started looking around. I was really looking for something hopeful. I wanted to be happy. I didn't want to be sad about this all our lives. And so I started looking around. And I'll get to that. I'm going to pause for a second. But the other reason I want you to know about my education and experience is because I do not want you to think, for those people who are care partners and caring for people and loving people and not loving people who have dementia, I don't want you thinking ignorance is bliss. She just doesn't know what's ahead of her. She doesn't know. So it's easy for her to be happy. No, our lives are filled with happiness, laughter, and hope. We do have suffering. But those of you who don't have dementia, I'll bet you have suffering in your life too. Of course, we didn't initially feel this way, right? It took us a while, and that will be included in our story today. Tracy wanted to be with us today. This is our daughter, and you'll learn more about her. Can't see very well, but I love this t-shirt she's got made up. It says, "Proud daughter of someone with dementia. If you think my hands are full, you should see my heart." Mm-hmm. So we do have two daughters. This is Tracy. You don't see our other daughter in the, sorry, Katie. You don't see our other daughters. All right, before we get started, I'd like you to raise your hand if you went to the doctor and he or she discovered you had dementia, Alzheimer's disease, Lewy body, frontal temporal, vascular. Would you want to know your diagnosis? Oh, isn't that funny? Almost everybody in this room would want to know their diagnosis. Well, according to a report by the National Institute on Health, only 50% of the people in the United States who are living with dementia ever get a diagnosis. Okay, so there's people who never go. Heard some people saying her husband hasn't been diagnosed yet, but should be. Okay, may never be diagnosed. Okay, then of that 50% who have the diagnosis, the doctor knows 50% are not told of their diagnosis.
So why is that?
So why is that? Let me just tell you. We had a battle trying to get our diagnosis, or Mark's, I consider it our diagnosis, we're partners. Well, our particular doctor thought he knew what was best. Well, he learned. What was best for him was not tell me. But yeah, so family members say don't tell. Doctors don't want to tell. So when you say, well, I've never met somebody who's living with dementia, openly talk about it. Surprise, surprise. Only 50% of it, those who have it are even told. And then, again, it's 50-50. About 50% of people living with dementia have no insight, means they don't recognize that they have the disease, and 50% have insight, such as Mark. Yes, and you.
My husband was diagnosed 2 years ago. And at that point in time, it was more like, getting old and you're a little forgetful, that sort of thing. But he was diagnosed that early. And everything was going along pretty decent. And then in December, he broke his ankle in 3 places and had surgery. And I didn't know at that time, but anesthesia is like poison to somebody
Yep.
with dementia. And things started going downhill. And I was just telling her a little while ago that he was still in the, your current memory.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
He didn't really get down into that long-term stuff. Well, Memorial Weekend, all of a sudden, he's going down into the long-term memory, to the point it scared me. And he also has a thing he's doing with his eye, which requires a shot in the arm. It's kind of traumatic.
Uh-huh.
He was due to have that Tuesday, right after Memorial Day. So I called our primary care. I said, what do you think? Should he have that? He said, no, take him to emergency. Let them run all the tests and then see if something new is happening. They did everything. They ran a new brain scan. They did heart. They did all kinds of blood work, everything. Okay. And then while they're doing this, they're also talking to us. They knew what my primary concern was about it. They got done. He was fine physically. There was nothing wrong. No changes. But they said something as simple as change of medication could trigger it. Or it could just happen. From that point, it's continually going down. My reason for telling you a little history on that is now he wants to know what's wrong with me. Why can't I remember? He adopted and raised a great-granddaughter when she was 3 years old. Joy of his life.
Yes.
She was just here at the end of June. Doctor said he can't drive a car anymore. So he said, well, okay. He always wanted her to have it. So finally it was not, her not having this one, was he going to give it up? He finally decided he'd give it up. Then he decided he wanted to try and drive it. So, So I said, you got to get here and get this car. Okay, fine. She came the end of June, and her boyfriend came on the bus. She visited. They were here for a couple of days, and drove the car back to Maine. And while she was here, we went for a long drive. It was kind of tired. We got back, and he looked at her and he said, who's that? So, well, it's Sadie. Oh, no, Sadie's only about this tall. Her size when we adopted her. And that kind of snapped at him. I said, Sadie, she's grown up. And that kind of snapped at him. And then at dinner, he said, well, where's Dad and the boys? His father and his brothers. He asked her a couple times. I said, well, I think they had other plans.
There you go. Good girl.
And that kind of passed. But now, he said to me after they left, he said, I think I'm going to call her and see if she wants me to adopt her.
Ah.
I said, well, you did that years ago.
Ah, okay.
He introduces her as his new daughter. His youngest son was just here to visit a week ago Sunday. He said, oh, I want you to meet your new sister. But you know, he cannot remember her name.
Yes.
And
Yes.
yet the Judy could.
Yes.
So he keeps practicing.
Ah.
So I made he didn't want to do this.
Mm-hmm.
I made a memory wall.
Ah.
All the family, put their names under the pictures and what their relationship is. And I've got an album started about, I don't know, 50 or 60 pictures in it all.
Excellent.
They're all labeled so that he can see. But he'll look at her picture and you say, now that's, what's her name? So that's the daughter. Kind of think of her name and I'll tell him the name. And he kind of practices. You say it over and over. But he still,
Yeah.
we say, I can't remember.
Yeah.
So that's a really distressing time, isn't it? It's between that time, and I think I have this later on, it's between that time of, I know, but I don't understand. You know, I see Mark moving to that place too. You know, on some days it's different, but I have to tell you, you did amazing with your response, because, you know, we'll learn, like most of the stuff you learn about dementia is go with their reality, okay? Well, sometimes I can help Mark get into everybody else's reality, okay? And so it's all really, really, really individualized. So the one time you were able to say, well, this is who she is, and that was okay. But as he moved along, and you said they had other plans. How great was that? That was the perfect response. And then when he's talking about her, clearly he loves her, right? A 3-year-old he brought into his home is a great opportunity for you to, which is hard because it's getting out of where you're at, emotionally hurting pain, to see that this loss that he's having. But if you can build on that wonderful moment he's having of, don't you just love her so much that she can be a part of our family? How and he feels good. He doesn't have to do that struggle of between realities. If you can, but it's hard when you're in the moment. You know, it's really hard when Mark was standing here and he said that, and I'm, your own emotions and feelings. So I just applaud you for what you're doing, and just keep doing more of it. And the picture book is a great idea. Keep it simple, nice simple picture book.
And I just do current pictures. I don't go back and do like when we say, she was little or anything, because I don't want to confuse it.
Okay, right. And there might come a point in time, right. So if that's helpful now, excellent. It might come a point.
Tell him when he says, what's wrong with me?
Yeah, your brain, well, maybe you'll have a better idea at the end of today. I mean, because there's the other thing, should I tell somebody who can't remember and cause them the pain of telling them over and over and over? Because it was painful for us. Our group talks about the black hole we moved through. Well, we don't want him to have to move through that black hole every single time. And maybe you'll have some better ideas of how you might respond to him when he's... Okay, right.
He would not respond well.
Yeah.
Right. So it might be past the time of telling him.
You'll end up molding yourself into that he can't remember, and I asked lots of times, well, who was that? In fact, we were coming down here and she reminded, well, remember I told you this? And I said, no. So it's just repetition, and it's tough,
Wow.
especially when it's your loved one.
And you know what's really the brain is changing, okay? The brain, and we're going to look at that, the brain is changing.
Mm-hmm.
There's only we can't make them keep those memories, all right? Mark sees these kids every day. He is going to forget these kids. He's going to forget me even though he sees me every single day. So we cannot force them to remember. We can give them some aids while they're at certain places, but we can't force them. And so that's why then we got to stop what I just did and move to where they're at and just go with them.
I can tell you one thing in the brain that many of us have talked about as far as dementia folks is when you get on a subject and your brain's at full gear, you're talking about your family and he wants to start talking about his granddaughter. Just like that, it goes, it's gone. I mean, it's just, and it evaporates for me too. But fortunately, I can sit back and sometimes go through it over and over again and I'll remember, or I'll just say, you know, who we talking about? Or I can't remember the name. And then I may go through a whole process. Well, so-and-so that lived by so-and-so, and you have to go down, can't remember the road, but you got to go out to this town and then make a left. And
Word finding issues,
yeah.
right? And,
So-
and typically it's nouns, okay? Nouns are the hardest words to find because they're very specific.
Right.
And so the describing pattern that Mark has, he can describe everything around it. Early enough in the disease process, as Mark is right now describing to us, I can pretty well figure out what house he's talking about because he can get in that general vicinity when he's describing a particular location. As the disease progresses, the description becomes even further out there and it makes my guessing even harder. Okay? And you might be sitting here thinking, well, Mark is, whoa, he's sharp. He's really not that bad. But it's like you can rise to the occasion. Have you taken your loved one to the doctor and they look great? They can rise to the occasion. And they can maybe do it for 2 or 3 hours or 2 or 3 days, but it's not going to last more than a couple of days. Mark, what will you do after today when you go home?
Sleep.
Sleep. Mark will go home and sleep for 2 or 3 days.
It's very exhausting.
Because this will take all his energy to be here. And when I mean sleep, I mean sleep. Sometimes I have to wake him up to eat because I do think he needs to eat occasionally. You had a question, then you had a question.
I was wondering how you finally got your doctor to tell you that.
Okay, so how did,
Figured out that he was keeping something.
right.
Who gave him the authority to even do that?
Thank you.
I'm livid at
She's saying, how did you ever get the diagnosis and who gave him the authority and
Sophie.
livid? We're getting there. I'll be there in a second. I love you because you're just planning it right out for me.
I couldn't hear very much.
Yes,
Two of yours, so I can understand everything.
yes, okay. I'll make
Maybe
sure.
any emotions we don't hear.
Okay, I will make sure that we get the microphone out and about to people who are
Speaking.
talking. Actually, I'm going to give it to one of the ladies in the back to be one of you guys' job. If somebody has something to share, do you mind just making sure they get the microphone? I thought of that while she was talking, but I didn't want to interrupt her, so.
And
Okay.
thank you for speaking up.
Could you just explain Alzheimer's versus dementia? Because
Okay, yes, we're getting there. We're almost there. Write down, hurry, fast. Write down the first word you think of when I say dementia. Don't think too quick. This is like that. What's the first thing? What's that first word?
Definition.
Just one word when I say dementia or Alzheimer's. One word, what do you think of?
confusion.
Confusion. Memory loss. Brain. Brain.
Definition.
Definition? Okay. Okay. Most people will say memory loss. Okay, so we're going to get talking about the different kinds of dementia. Most people will say memory loss. Well, part of the reason I didn't recognize dementia in my own house was I didn't see memory loss.
Yeah.
Okay. On the Alzheimer's sheets, they have the 10 symptoms that you might see of dementia or Alzheimer's, and it will say, what do you think the first one is? Memory loss. I'm like, okay, got that one. Let's put it to the bottom of the list and move another one up until we learn the next one. Okay, so our agenda today, you know, our thing, we've already talked about it, early diagnosis. Dementia is not just Alzheimer's disease, and it's more than memory loss. That's what we want to cover today. living our best life possible with dementia while reducing the stigma. For this, it means for us to be open and honest, educating ourselves and others. In your handouts, I gave you this slide because these are my premises, what I really believe in. Dr. Alan Power, and it's pretty heavy, but you guys, this is a pretty amazing group. Dr. Power has written 2 books and talks about dementia beyond drugs, changing the culture of care, and enhancing well-being. There's two books, and they're excellent. I learned about well-being. Okay, I learned that well-being is the foundation of everything. All right, you can't just describe to me a behavior your loved one is having without me wondering about their general well-being. Are they socializing? Are they sleeping right? Are they eating right? Do they have meaning and purpose? And all those things underline this. So, and I have this further. So I adopt Dr. Power's philosophy, but it's a philosophy. It doesn't tell you how to do it too much. It tells you. But then Teepa Snow, how many know the name Teepa Snow? Okay, a few. Teepa Snow is like this phenomenal trainer. And I meant to bring, because I'm having Dr. Power and I'm having Teepa Snow. We're having a big dementia conference in September. And I left the house without the brochures. I would be happy if you want to mail you these brochures, each an individual ones, if you give me your addresses. But Teepa Snow, if you Google it all, Google Teepa Snow. Because the difference between Dr. Power was he built my philosophy, my floor. Teepa gave me skills, real things that I can do. And we're going to look at some of those skills today and talk about a few of them. Yes? Oh, the conference is in Lansing. It's going to be at the Crown Plaza, September 9th and 10th in Lansing.
And you're all invited.
Oh, and Mark will be speaking with Teepa Snow. And one of the really cool things that we have going is a program that's called To Whom I May Concern. And it's sort of a reader's theater. And we have 6 people, like Mark, living with dementia, different types of dementia, who will be presenting their stories.
What's the name of the conference?
The conference, if you go to the website, it's my employer that's putting it on through my employer. It's, you can go to, it's Michigan Assisted Living Association, but you can use the initials MALA. So, but when you Google, but it's miassistedliving.org. So miassistedliving.org. And if you go to our website, it says Dementia Conference, and you click on it. But the website doesn't do justice of the program. But Dr. Power, so it'll start on a Monday afternoon, and Dr. Power will be speaking all afternoon. And then there'll be a speaker's reception where you have an opportunity to talk with Dr. Power, with Teepa, with all the speakers. And then there's an evening session with a Dr. Ann Basting, and she's more into music, and you'll see a little bit about that. The next morning there's, so I say, Dr. Power, Teepa Snow, another one for any of you who are like my age group, Naomi File, was really, she's in the validation therapy. She was the 80s. She was the Teepa Snow of the 80s, okay? She was the one who helped us move from reality orientation, where we said today is Tuesday, 2019, whatever, gave them reality. She moved us from reality to validating and going to where they are. And so one of the speakers on on Tuesday morning is Michael Verde. And he has a program that's more, in my mind, I don't want to misrepresent, but it makes me think of people in the later stages of dementia and the difference of doing for someone and being with someone. Now, we can translate that in the whole journey of dementia, but especially at the later stages when the person's no longer able to verbally communicate with us. And then we have Teepa Snow, who's going to do a presentation. And then we're going to watch a documentary on best practices related to dementia which Mark and I
Ta-da.
have like a 30-second watch quick, because we're in it. And then the guy who narrated the documentary is a gentleman living with dementia. And he will be there as well as others to talk about the best practices that we watch in that. And then we'll wrap up with TIPA again. So it's like, and let me just tell you, truthfully, these are the nation's leaders in dementia education.
Got a hand right there.
Yes, and I had a hand here, but I think I got it. Yes. Yes, I'm sorry to say the conference is a costly conference. It's not inexpensive to bring these speakers in. It is $290. So it's expensive. Now, because Michigan Assisted Living Association, people pay dues to get our services, like I do these trainings for them. And that, if you do get on, you can register online, or I can send you a brochure. There's a member rate, that's the member rate. Register for the cheaper rate, that's fine. Okay, because there's a higher rate for those who don't belong to the association. So if you want to come, and I think I give you my email address and stuff in here if you are emailers, I would absolutely be thrilled to see you there. Okay, so Naomi Files validation therapy. So these are like really my basics, my go-tos. And Rosalie, right? Yes. I wish I had a quarter for every time somebody asks me, what's the difference between Alzheimer's disease and dementia? Yes, ma'am.
And the spouse or whoever you're caring for come to these things?
Well, I wish, some of you, I wish your spouses were here today, if, so they can, yes. But unfortunately, there's a huge cost to the conference. I mean,
If you can afford it, yes.
yeah.
I mean, like this.
For
yeah.
me, anytime I'm
Yeah.
out doing presentations, I want the people living with dementia.
Yeah,
This
you bet.
particular group, I think, targeted for you guys to get a day away. Have your time. But whenever I'm doing a training, I want people living with dementia. Our trainings we do in our own community, I want people living with dementia. It's really fun. Our closet dementia people, the people who don't want to say they have dementia, when we do trainings, my daughter will do it on Facebook, and we have our friends who have dementia that won't come will watch it on Facebook. So that's kind of cool. Okay, so how are we doing? Do we need a break before we talk about what is dementia? Should we take a quickie? Okay, I have 10:30. At 10:40 exactly, we're going to get started because I'm excited to tell you. So hurry up and go.
Boom, boom.
So we were
So
talking
quick.
about if
Go
I
ahead.
could have a quarter for every time
Right.
somebody asked me what's the difference between dementia and Alzheimer's, I could retire. Okay, there's lots of analogies out there. My preference is the sore throat analogy, right? Okay, dementia itself is not a particular disease. It's a cluster, basically, of symptoms, all right? A
Down.
sore throat is not a
Down.
disease, right? It's a symptom of
Stay.
something else. You have a sore throat because you have sinus drainage. You have a sore throat because you have strep throat. You have a sore throat because you slept with your mouth open all night, okay? Same thing with dementia. You'll have a sore throat, but you have a different kind. So my approach for treatment, I hate using the medical model, so my approach for treatment is going to be different, whether it's my actual physical approach, my interaction with you, my medical approach, whatever it would be. In most cases, I think it's important to know what type of dementia that you have, okay? Now, Mark's mom is 93 years old, living in Arizona with, and the daughter, our sister-in-law is there, and my mother-in-law is recently showing signs of dementia. Am I going to press my sister-in-law to get in testing and find out if it's vascular, Lewy body, frontal temporal? No, not at this point. But when my husband was 60, you better believe I was going to find out because we got a lot of time ahead of us. So I like to think of it as a sore throat. Most educators talk about dementia under an umbrella, as an umbrella term. And when I do a training, those of you who've been to my training, this really isn't a training, this is just a talk. A training, I bring a big purple umbrella to help you visualize it, and I have people who are living with dementia, pictures of them. But So here's the umbrella, and you have this in your handout, but I'm going to go through a few things, talking points about the different types of dementia. So Alzheimer's disease. Number one form of dementia is Alzheimer's disease, or at least we think so, right? You know, years ago, we called it organic brain syndrome and then senility, whatever, how the course went through, and then it was Alzheimer's. Well, now we're learning more, and it's like, oh, it's not Alzheimer's, it's Lewy body, or it's vascular, so we're getting better. And now we've discovered maybe something that's not Alzheimer's, that we've called Alzheimer's all these years, and the acronym is LATE, and it's a different. So I think as time goes on, you know, Alzheimer's is kind of the big catch-all, but as we're learning about the brain, we're going to say this is this kind, this is this kind, this is this kind. So right now, the big four are the ones we'll discuss. So Alzheimer's disease is number one form of dementia at this time. Be surprised that the onset age can range from 40 years old to 90 or older. The progression of dementia, or excuse me, Alzheimer's, there's my pet peeve. My pet peeve is when we say Alzheimer's and we mean dementia. Because Mark does not have Alzheimer's, he has vascular dementia. So when I hear Alzheimer's, Alzheimer's something, I say, oh, does that relate to us? Alzheimer's support group, does that relate to me? Dementia is, you know, the more inclusive term. So with somebody with Alzheimer's disease, everything is typically, all right? This is all typically. And, you know, everybody's going to be different because we have the person, we have their past physical history, mental health history, there's their relational history, so there's the person plus the disease process with Alzheimer's. So everybody's different, so I'm talking about real generalities here. But the progression of dementia is typically a slow, steady decline. So if we were graph people, if we were visual people, we would see just that slope, a slow, steady slope. Now in the situation of your spouse, he had surgery, he had recovery, he was out of his home. Those things can impact the progression. And sometimes they bounce back, sometimes they don't.
So I say his diagnosis though is vascular dementia / Alzheimer's.
Okay, oh, he's one of the lucky. Okay, dual, yes, we have a lot of that. You typically see changes are noticeable, you know, you sit back and go, oh yeah, maybe every 6 months or so, you're like, oh yeah, I see a difference now when you compare pictures or something. Insight, so a person with Alzheimer's disease typically lacks insight into their disease. They are less likely to be aware of the changes than other types of dementia. Memory and cognition are impaired. Disorientation, visual spatial difficulties. So, you know, things like, oh, I didn't see that there. Okay, so just things not quite being. And we'll look at that. Language impairment, Mark talked about that a little bit, that word finding issues and other language impairments. Judgment is impaired. Short attention span. We were working on the presentation, and I don't know how long you worked, but it's like I've had it, you know, so just short time. Difficulty analyzing, planning, and organizing. So people living with dementia have a hard time starting, so sometimes they need a jump start, sequencing, and stopping. So sometimes they need a jump start, sometimes they need help with steps. They get those steps going, they're going on their own, but then sometimes they're going to keep on going until you stop them. Mark has the problem with the stop. Well, he has the jump start and the stopping. Sometimes, not always, but sometimes you could sit and watch MASH all day, right?
Right.
For days and days and days. Okay, so to jump start. But then you jump starting, he doesn't know when to stop. He doesn't know, I'm tired, I'm hot, I have to eat, I have to drink. And he then goes to the point of no return. So he needs help, sometimes jump starting, sometimes stopping, but you know, not always. Persons with Alzheimer's frequently have depression, especially early on, surprise, surprise, and emotions can quickly change. Vascular dementia, a lot of us here said people with vascular dementia. Lewy body and vascular dementia argue who is second in the pecking order, but since Mark has vascular, I'm going to go with vascular next. So second most common onset typically is between the age of 60 to 75, and it often is the consequences of other health conditions. Okay, Mark's diabetic, so it could very well be that he has vascular dementia, and probably because of his diabetes. We all get the idea of neuropathy, right? It's circulation to the feet. You know, basically, this is the other extremity to the head. It's getting that food or that nutrition and oxygen to the brain. So it's often the consequence of another disease process like diabetes or heart disease, sometimes stroke, right? So, it's basically the brain being deprived of oxygen and nutrient. Symptoms can be gradual. Mark's was gradual, or it can be sudden as a stroke. Yes, ma'am. Sleep apnea, there's lots of research out there that sleep related to dementia can be a major contributing factor. Sleep, oh my gosh, if you read about what sleep does to the brain, it's amazing. Or what our brain does while it's sleeping. Okay, so the vascular dementia is unique to the person because it depends what part of the brain is affected. Frontal temporal dementia is affecting the temporal parts of the brain, maybe the front part of the brain, so it's a little bit more, well, predictably unpredictable versus, vascular dementia depends where did the person have the stroke, where is the nutrition or oxygen deprived in the brain. Now, it usually is in a step-like pattern. So, we said Alzheimer's is typically just a slow, steady slope, where vascular dementia is more of a stepwise pattern, which means you can go, for a long time and have a change. Long time, have a change. Whoop, short time change. Could be a little change or bang, a big change. You don't know, but it's typically a stepwise. Impaired judgment. So people with vascular dementia frequently have impaired judgment, may seem to bounce back, have good days and bad days. Changes in behavior. Now, memory is not necessarily one of the first issues, but memory can be inconsistent as well as mobility may be affected. Emotions up and down as well as energy shifts, and vascular dementia and Alzheimer's disease often coexist together. Okay. Lewy body. Lewy body is extremely interesting. We have friends with Lewy body dementia. Typical onset age is 50 to 70. Again, typically a person with Lewy body dementia will have more insight into their disease process. Memory is not the first symptom that they experience. In fact, memory tends to stay intact until later into the disease process. They have delusions. They have hallucinations. And we have a good friend named Mike who has Lewy body dementia. And he's taught me so much about, hallucinations. We think visual, right? But there are visual hallucinations. There are auditory hallucinations. There are touch hallucinations. There are smell hallucinations. And so I think of Mike because Mike tells me he frequently has olfactory, a smell hallucination. And it smells like the house is burning. And he's in a panic looking around the house to see what's burning. And I said, Mike, you need to make sure you write that down because if you ever come and live with me in an assisted living facility, I need to know that when you're rushing around the house that I can't just say, it's okay, Mike, come on over here. A little diversion isn't going to help Mike, is it? He's going to think the house is on fire. What's he going to do? He's going to knock you out of the way to save that little old lady in the wheelchair, right? He's going to be in a panic. Those are the times you sort of join their reality. Then you go around and you look for the fire. Oh, it's good. Or you get the fire extinguisher, or you do what you have to do to join their reality. Mike says when he's at home, okay, you're going to talk to Mike. It's like talking to Mark. Well, he doesn't have Alzheimer's or dementia or Lewy body. But Mike says at home he frequently knows when he's having a hallucination because, interestingly, he has a reoccurring hallucination of a black curly dog. And they don't have a dog. So he knows it's a hallucination. They don't have a dog.
I had that, but it was people in his room.
People in his room.
Oh, he comes screaming at me. Why do you let all these people in my room?
Right, people in the room. Okay, so you have to join. There's no convincing him there's not, because they are. Michael sees the dog. Just because you don't see it doesn't mean Michael doesn't see it. His brain has changed and he sees the dog. Now he says when he's out in the community, he doesn't know if it's hallucination. So he says to his wife, I see this really good looking woman walking by. He's like, is she real or is she a hallucination? You know? Just checking, because I'm not going to go, oh yeah, she's real, you know. What was the other thing with a hallucination that he talked? Feeling bugs crawling, those sorts of things. But also, if the person has hallucinations, we don't always want, it makes it so tough. We don't always assume it's a hallucination. Because we had one lady with Lewy body, and she had sunshine coming in her window like this, and there was a tree out there. And you know how it looks like this, pretty, the trees? She wouldn't get out of bed because of the water on the floor. Okay? We all thought she was having a hallucination, right? Get the mop, pretend we're mopping it up. It was still there, you know, until we figured out it was we knew, started to see the pattern. So we don't want to always hang our hat on the hallucination, too. People with Lewy body, let's see, REM sleep disorders. Okay, that's your deep sleeping. Your brain basically talks to itself when it's sleeping. Your brain says, you're sleeping, you're dreaming about that boxing. You're not really boxing, so your brain's talking to each other, so you don't box. Well, a person with Lewy body, their brain's not talking to each other, right? So they are boxing in their sleep, okay? So their bed partner might get it, right? So they're acting out their dreams. They too have visual spatial difficulties, likely to stub a toe, not get that depth perception, extremely sensitive to noise, right? I see a lot of similarities to persons living with dementia with what little teeny bit I know about children with autism. The stimulation, the overstimulation, the noise is too much. People with Lewy body tend to fall frequently. Again, they can fluctuate and have good days and bad days for, days, weeks, moments. Not a Lewy body expert, but basically two classifications for Lewy body. One's related to whether they have Parkinson's first and Parkinson-type symptoms, and then people living with Parkinson's, about 40% of them, I think is the statistic, will end up with dementia. So approximately 66% of people with Lewy body also have Alzheimer's disease. Somehow life just doesn't seem fair for us. No, that's one of my slides too. Frontal temporal dementia, okay? The other thing about dementia, what we learn early in life is what we retain. What we learn later in life is what we lose first, right? Just like you're saying, your current memories. So what we learn later in life, or how our brain develops later in life. So the last part of our brain to develop is our decision making, weighing options. So that's the first part of the brain that is likely to be affected, especially with frontal temporal dementia. So what do we see is insight is impaired for a person with FTD, not the flowers, the dementia. Since their frontal lobe is of their brain is affected, their inhibitions are down. Okay? So they say mean and rude things. They see it, They say it, okay? You shouldn't be in that spandex. You know, I mean, honey, it's just, you know, yeah. Impulse control. Lots of them get picked up for shoplifting. See it, like it, take it. Don't see the consequences. Guess what one of the early symptoms for a lot of people are? Sexually promiscuous. She looks good, I'm going to have her. So I always say, you guys have been at my trainings before, so typical age for FTD, 40 to 65. My 45-year-old husband has an affair. I know the first thing you think is, he must have FTD, right? But it's a reality. When we said those young onset people frequently have a divorce and lose their jobs before they get a diagnosis, it's not just memory loss, it's all these other things. We said impaired judgment for vascular dementia, you know, all these different things. And so, you know, the eat and eat and eat, not stop. You know, so their inhibitions, their ability to control that limbic system. Our limbic system tells us, I want it, I want it, I want it. Our frontal part of our brain tells us, well, no, maybe not. You get Weight Watchers tonight, eat it tomorrow. You know, that kind of thing. Not always have appropriate emotional expression. Speech impairment, unable to find words, often vague descriptions. There's many people with frontotemporal dementia who also get what's called primary progressive aphasia, where they lose their ability to speak, and comprehension is usually less impaired than speech. So when you have a person whose speech is impaired, they still might be able to comprehend more than what they're able to communicate. Again, I'm friends with this lady on Facebook who has FTD with PPA. And she's amazing because she videotapes herself and she posts. And she's like, it's just amazing to watch her try to talk. Okay, that's what she's doing. And the next thing, you're going to see her, she's like, I'm home and I can talk so much better. And I just wanted you to see the difference between me now and then. And so, but she's, you know, more, and you know what happens. It becomes less of these days, right? These great days and more of those days. Now she's starting to experience difficulty swallowing. And she said they might have to put a stomach tube into her because she's not going to be able to, and she throws up, she won't be able to eat. So she said, eat, enjoy your food. That's what she's putting out. She's cracking me up. Also, repetitive, ritualistic OCD type behaviors, depression, delusions, and anxiety. Mark and I had a friend who had FTD, and she passed away of cancer last year. But you know, when she talked about her early diagnosis, I said, well, what were your first signs? And she said, again, insight, she was happy. She sold the family farm, literally. Bought camping equipment, bought motorcycles, out having a great time, went off and had an affair, but this was totally not like her. But she was happy, right? You know, but it wasn't like her. And so those were the early signs, which we would probably all say midlife crisis, right? Came around. Mm-hmm.
So my dad has been diagnosed with Alzheimer's vascular. Apparently I misunderstood because they said he had frontal temporal. I thought that was, oops, thank you. I thought that was part of his vascular.
It could be.
But what you just described a lot of his days.
Okay.
So I guess he's got 3, frontal, temporal, vascular, Alzheimer's.
Could be that his vascular is hitting the...
Frontal, temporal, so they can be together or separate?
Absolutely. Yep.
But does it really make a difference? It's all still...
Well, the reason that like I said, I wanted to know is because, as you can see, the person with Lewy body and the hallucinations, and the person with frontal temporal and the impulse control, and the, all of them may experience these sorts of symptoms, but FTD is definitely going to have this. Prepare yourself for it. This is going to be, so.
Because a lot of the FTD you described, I've seen in my dad.
Well, and then that's what, when I talk with people who are, like my mother-in-law, or people who are providing care for someone, and I say, maybe you don't want to take them in and get a diagnosis, maybe just knowing, okay, yeah, that kind of sounds like, so I'm going to try this. Or for me knowing that he tells me I don't look good in spandex, okay, that's this issue, So just knowing that might be all you need. But that's why I think it's important to know the different types of dementia. Okay, this picture. Who here has dementia? Yes? 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 Who has dementia? Mark, people say, but Mark, you don't look like you does Mark look like he has dementia? It's almost kind of sad, isn't it, that we don't look. That's why he wears the tag, This is our friend who just died with FTD. Okay. This is our buddy who has LBD, Lewy body. This crazy lady, I love her, changed her name to Truthful Loving Kindness, legally changed her name. So a group of us, some with dementia, some without. I didn't point to myself and ask you. Okay, and the reason I say it's almost too bad you don't look like you have dementia, because I tell Mark sometimes, it's really too bad your head doesn't shrink as your brain does, then people would know, and because people know they're much more accepting and tolerant. We just need to learn to be more accepting and tolerant in general. But this gives you an idea of what a normal brain looks like versus the Alzheimer's brain. Okay? And I didn't fit into this, but also the PET scans that measure the glucose and the energy, and it's really interesting that it shows the PET scan, your amygdala, your fright, fight, flight, that prime instinct stuff, is actually, like, this is shrinking, and you can see all the changes. With the amygdala, it's actually in these PET scans I don't want to truly use the word overactive, but overactive. It stays intact to a greater degree throughout the disease process, the amygdala. Startle responses. Okay, that would be the startle response. The scared, but the amygdala is also a big part for our emotions. I might not remember who you are anymore, but that amygdala still knows. You make me feel good. Okay? My hippocampus is gone, where the memory is, but my amygdala is still working.
So if their amygdalas are more active than a normal brain, are their levels of cortisol higher?
Hang on a second.
That one, I don't know.
Okay.
She asked about if the cortisone level was higher because the amygdala was more active. You have to ask a doctor that.
No, cortisol comes from the hypothalamus.
Okay. I didn't really remember that.
Okay.
You need to give him the answer of that.
Oh, yeah. She said no, your cortisone level wouldn't be up because she asked.
What did he ask?
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
The only reason it might be that is because the amygdala communicates to the hypothalamus and
Yes.
stress reaction. But it's only the hypothalamus that can tell the adrenal gland.
So that's the whole thing. See, I have none of that knowledge, but it's like the layman's term is the brain is talking to each other, telling this part's telling this part, and so it has to have the ability to communicate. And so when we think about just our vision, I think about what little I know about vision. I have 2 eyes, I see with, but I do remember from biology in high school probably that somehow it's upside down what I'm seeing, and my occipital lobe is back here. So there's a lot of stuff happening in my brain for me to see properly. And you're going to find out what happens with vision lots of times with dementia. Okay, so this is my question to a lot of groups. Why would you want to get an early diagnosis if there is no cure, which there is no cure for dementia, correct? For any of the dementias. The medication available only treats symptoms and does not slow down the progression of the disease. Okay, so the medication that you're taking that your loved one might be taking is not slowing the progression of the disease. It is treating the symptoms. So you might see, some brain connections sparking off there a little bit better. Okay, so you might see some improved cognition. But then you might be having, diarrhea, running to the bathroom. So, and some people say, erroneously, but at least it's slowing the progression of the disease down, which it's not. Okay, so you weigh the benefits. Sometimes the disease for your loved one taking the medication are they getting to the point that's like anxious about, I know I can't remember that now. Maybe if you stop the medication, that's something to talk to your physician about. Does that reduce their cognition enough that that anxiety is then gone because they don't recognize that they're having issues? And it's terminal. Okay, yes?
My husband, for a month and a half, was put on medication, and I stopped it because he got really giddy. There was a great personality change, something that was totally not him. So.
Okay, so they tried the medication, didn't work for them. It's exactly how your body responds to a drug and the cost benefit. It's really an individual decision. Mark doesn't take any medication related to the dementia. I mean, he's vascular, and when, we haven't really looked into that much because he's like, I take so much medication already, I don't want any more, and he calls it going al natural. He's letting it go. Yes?
I was going to say, my husband was put on 2 different medications, and I can't remember the names of either one of them. But
You gotta go potty too?
the one is basically
Okay.
for depression.
Okay.
Things. And the other one is supposedly would help slow
Come on.
They put him on, he said, well, all the side effects, it could give you maybe mushy bowels. And so after a couple of bad
Accidents.
Oops, excuse me. No, that's quite all right.
Right.
And it's nothing that's going to really change anything.
Right. Yep. Yep.
Oh, okay. I'm
Yep.
sorry.
And
I'm
it is
taking
all
her out
just
to go
highly
to the bathroom.
individualized, Somebody else might have good results. You want to bring the mic up here? Thank you.
There you go.
I can also speak kind of loudly, but what we have found when we do medicate, when we go off the medication, it's a fast decline.
Oh.
Because we haven't slowed the progress of the disease.
Covered the
We've only
symptoms.
covered up the symptoms, and so it looks like, wow, they really need the medicine and it stopped working, but all we were doing was creating a calm surface where the disease was progressing underneath, and that's been my big concern with the medications.
With the taking them off the medications. Do you?
Or even putting them on. That's why, as a doctor, it's been pretty popular because I really want to get this much more time. I want to give them as much time as I can, and I've had to say, based on the physiology and how the medication works in the body, it looks like you're slowing the disease, but you're really not.
Right.
And we don't have anything like that yet.
Yep. Yet. Hopefully someday. Okay. So back to the question. All right. Because also it is terminal. All right. Man, I wish I didn't know she was a physician. But so far she hasn't had to correct me. So.
I love this. We need this information out there more.
Good, thank you, thank you. But I think it's the 5th or 6th leading cause of death for people 65 and older is dementia. And years ago, we didn't get it on our death certificates, right? Pneumonia, aspiration. I mean, but the pneumonia
Thank
now
you for
people,
waiting
like,
for us.
advocates out there are saying, I want it to say dementia because that's, they want the research, they want it recorded because, it could be because, why could I not swallow? Because I no longer know how to swallow because my brain is not working. It's because the dementia has affected my ability to swallow, my ability to cough, okay? So, and it's terminal. So knowing all of that, why would you run to her and ask for that? Would you run to her and you're thinking, maybe I have dementia, but there's no cure. There's nothing that can slow it down. And I'm going to die from it. Should I run to the doctor and find out?
Amen. Down.
How many want to run to the doctor and get an answer?
I want meaning.
You want meaning. Okay?
I would want to know, so I would know where to go maybe to a certain home or something. I don't want my children responsible.
Okay, so end of life care planning issues. Thank you very much. I always forget about that. I'm so deep into the dementia world. But there's lots of things that happen that can look like dementia. So let's go in and get it checked out and ruled out. And how great would that? Because what's the one that's the, they put the shunt in, and that, it looks like, yes, thank you, normal pressure hydrocephalus. I can say it after somebody else, but I can't bring it up. Okay. Now, most of the time, when you ask people why get a diagnosis, and I don't mean us kind of people, everyday people, people are kind of in the field, they will say, Rosalie, sorry, but they kind of pick on your answer, so that you can prepare for the end of life. Well, let me just tell you, that's not enough reason for me to go get a diagnosis, I mean, so what we're here to tell, what we tell in our story, and what we say is, it saves marriages, an early diagnosis. It saves relationships. It saves jobs. Mark was on his second, we're going into our personal story a little bit later, but Mark was on his second time of paid leave for work for making poor decisions at work. He was going to get fired the next time had we not had a diagnosis. Had he gotten fired, we would not have had short-term disability. We would not have had long-term disability. We would not have had COBRA, which is my ability to pay for our health insurance until Mark gets Medicare. So we would have been without all of that. Can you imagine the emotional stress? We're already dealing with dementia that we don't know, but then a job termination, unemployment, financial, whamming down on top of everything else. Because I don't know if you know, this is some of the distinctions for people with young onset, but once you're disabled, you wait 2 years for your Social Security. And the first 6 months don't count. I can't remember now. I'd have to double check. Am I right? Does anybody know? Okay, so if you're under 65, that's right. So then you have that disability. Then once you're determined disabled, it might be 18 months and the first 6 months don't count. It's weird. But then once you're determined disabled, now this is for people under 65, you wait 2 more years to get Medicare. Okay? So Mark got his short-term disability, long-term disability while we're applying for Social Security disability and then paying for our COBRA. And then he got his disability, and we paid for COBRA for 2 more years until he got his Medicare. So let me just tell you, for me and for people with young onset, maneuvering all of that while you're trying to maneuver get a diagnosis, the insurance, the benefits, and then, our HR office messed up and didn't tell us our benefits were stopping, and everything has to be done in a time frame, and they didn't notify us, and Brenda had to get nasty. Okay, so potential signs: memory loss, challenges in planning and solving problems, difficulty completing familiar tasks at work, home, confusion with time and place, trouble understanding images and spatial relationships, new problems with words in speaking or writing, misplacing things and losing the ability to retrace your steps, decreased poor judgment, withdrawal from work or social activities, change in mood and personality. I didn't, so what did I see? Mark's going to talk. I can't remember who's going to talk first. Oh, I get to. So what did I see when I saw dementia? What did I see when I didn't see dementia? When Mark was first. Okay, I saw changes in mood and personality. I didn't like who he was becoming. I saw, in this next slide, frustration and anger. Okay? He was unable to cut angles with the saw. I mean, you say big frickin' deal, but I mean, when you have a door frame and you have an angle and the cut, and we were doing, and he's cut and measure and cut, measure. He couldn't measure, couldn't cut. Well, if your spouse or partner or person who knew how to do that couldn't do that anymore, would be the first thing you think of was, by God, he's got dementia. He can't measure and cut that. I didn't think of that. And what did he do? Measure, cut. God damn it, why didn't that work? Measure, cut. Measure, cut. Go to the hardware, buy some more. Come home, cut it wrong. Go back. All the time. All the time. Poor decision making. All right. Sold a perfectly what I thought was a decent vehicle. I bought 2 old vehicles. And I'm like, what? I never cared. He always was the guy who made the vehicle purchases. All I cared was that I had reliable transportation and it was red. That's it. Okay? Other than that, he made the choices. So the kids are saying, that wasn't very smart. And we're like, well, that was really stupid. But, as he's doing it, he's giving me all the reasons why I thought they were dumb reasons. But, I was like, okay, well, you've done it. So would you think that was dementia right off the bat? Go to the gas station. Here's a good one. Remember this one? Go to the gas station. I'm pumping gas. He goes in. He comes out with a woman. Real good-looking woman who wants some money. Okay? Lets her in the car. Right? I mean, I'm thinking you can get arrested for this. And he gets out of the car with her, and he gives her money. But he's a kind man. He was helping her. If your husband did that, would you think that was dementia? I didn't see any of those things as dementia. He couldn't get along with the guys at work. Oh my God, I hated it when he came home from work. He was an angry man. He was frustrated all day long. Every cognitive energy he spent on work and trying to get along with the people and understanding. And he came home an angry man. So did I say that frustration and anger was one of them? I mean, I had no idea. I had no idea. Would you think those things were dementia? And I worked in this field all my life, and when we found out, I thought, oh my gosh, all the people, I can remember, I could name their names off back from my home visit days whose husbands or wives had dementia, and I thought I was a help and they loved me, I loved them. I thought I had no idea what their journey was to get to this point. I was grateful to have that. Okay, Marcus Aurelius, what did you see as the early signs from your perspective?
Sorry.
I'll trade you places. I'll sit down for a few minutes.
Early signs were that I had 5 calendars in my office, and it was the only way I could keep track of stuff. Plus, I carried a calendar in my pocket, and a pocket calendar. Then I had my phone. So I knew something wasn't right, because I had to constantly go back to these calendars, and one didn't satisfy me, I'd go to another one.
You can look at the list, honey, if you need help.
Oh, yeah, and I was really frustrated in that I couldn't keep track. I was one that people come to and say, hey, what's the next thing coming up? And I could just tell them that, this is going to happen, and we need to get electricians over here, and we need to get the grounds to, you know, to help us get things cleared out so we could get the plumbers in to change something. And so I did a lot of coordinating and stuff through other shops, carpenters, and I just couldn't do it anymore. I was getting so frustrated that I didn't know what was next. I used to be able to, you know, I didn't even write it down. I knew when the boiler inspectors would show up, I would have the boilers completely tore apart and ready for inspection. I'd have my list already what needed to be ordered. No, I had to go back and go through the old list and try to make sure I had the right numbers and stuff to order. Found it very difficult to read and comprehend it, because a lot of, you know, we get new equipment lots of times, and a lot of it was computerized or whatever, and I'd go to the screen to find out why the machine wasn't working so it would scan it. I just couldn't bring it up. I couldn't figure that stuff out, and I couldn't hear. I was like, people would say stuff to me, and it just didn't register with me. Or I go to a meeting and I'd write stuff down, what was going on in a meeting, but then it would just vanish. I'd come out of the meeting and it would vanish.
So what I wanted to do is follow up on Mark says he couldn't hear things, all right? Early in this, people will miss, out of 4 words, how long before you got, do you think? Do you people speak English? You're looking at me like you don't understand what I'm saying. Early in this, people will miss, out of 4 words, how long before you got, do you think? Early in this disease, people will miss 1 out of 4 words. How long before you got lost, do you think? Okay? So with everything else that's going on, the comprehension, I talk way too fast. They need time to process. And so it's not hearing. Right, Mark?
Yeah, because she sent me to a hearing, get my hearing checked, okay? And I'm Mr. Nice Guy. Sure, okay, you know, whatever. If that makes you happy, that makes me happy. So I get my hearing tested. I come out with a big smile, and he says, there ain't nothing wrong with your hearing. You're just fine. And I joke with her. I said, see, you just don't get it. Well,
what do I say? Loving wife I am. Well, then you better start listening to me, right?
Because I was always going, huh?
Oh, my God.
You know, over and over again. I still do it. You know, she'll say something, I go, huh? I'm trying to teach myself to just wait a little bit and then respond. I didn't understand what you said. But then she sends me to Central Michigan to a specialist to have my hearing checked.
Because clearly that doctor was wrong.
So they were, you know, you're not even, should even think your hearing is bad. Because I'd go deer hunting and come home with my buck, so, you know, I heard the deer. So anyway, yeah, I didn't have any trouble.
Right, so not making me happy, right? You know, listen to me then. Okay, so different parts of the brain are affected, and then, so with Teepa Snow, she'll talk about the left side of the brain and the right side of the brain. So this information is some of the information that Teepa will share at the conference, and who's my mentor and trainer. She will say that dementia affects the brain asymmetrically. Means it'll attack one side of the brain before it attacks the other side of the brain, and it tends to attack the left side of the brain first and then goes over to the right. On the left side of the brain, what is housed is vocabulary, comprehension, and speech production. So if that's the side of the brain that's going to be most affected, I'm dying to know if you're in agreement with this. Absolutely. You are? Okay. So on the left side of the brain, you're going to lose vocabulary, comprehension, and speech production. So it's not the hearing, it's the comprehension. Mark says, he says, huh. Well, drove me nuts, still drives me nuts. But like he said, he tries. So he says, huh. I don't answer. Not nice. No, I don't answer, I pause. He processes the information. Now he learned, now we've got a kind of a thing going. I pause, he processes, he tells me what he heard, and I fill in the gaps. Okay? When he just says yes, I know he didn't catch what I said. So I say, what did I just say? He said, I have no clue. Right?
Yeah, that's...
Yeah, just say yeah. Okay, so that's on the left side of the brain. What's retained on the right side of the brain is your social chit-chat. Hello, how are you? I'm fine, great, good. How are the kids? Okay, so you meet somebody out and they say, well, gee, Mark seems perfectly fine. Your mom seems great. Well, come on home with me and spend the day. Then you'll really see. Forbidden words, swear words, sex talk, racial slurs, ugly words, all the things that embarrass the care partner out in public, right? They also retain the rhythm of speech. Remember, I talked about our body language, but they also retain the rhythm of our speech. At the end of a sentence or a question, our voice usually goes up, so they get the rhythm, and they get, Rosalie, would you really like a cookie? And, see, look, I'm just telling, everything I'm telling her, she's now giving me consent.
Don't.
Okay? She's like nodding, yeah.
Don't.
All right? And so this sometimes happens, and I'm jumping ahead on so we think they're giving us consent, they're not. They're reading the body language, they see we're nodding, would you like to? And they're gonna follow suit sometimes. Music, counting, poetry, and prayer. And I continue to learn how much we can use music, poetry, counting, in caregiving. I mean, I've just started to scratch the surface on how we can really use it, even with those persons who are late stages, in bed.
You don't like my music.
No, I don't like your. I like his music. He wears a headset, and he sings okay, but not with the headset on. Oh my God, he's so off.
Well, I was just trying to entertain her and relax her.
He relaxes me.
I might get a hug out of it or something. She don't like Lawrence Welk or,
But what we typically do, everybody's been sitting long enough, so let's stand up, and this will help you remember. Okay. So I'll do it first, and then you guys can join in, and we're not going to stop until I hear you doing it in unison, all that kind of stuff. So we go. Let's see, I got to check my hands because I don't know my left from my right. Left, right, left, left, right, left. Lose it on the left, retain it on the right. Okay, you ready? Left, lose it on the left, retain it on the right. Language on the left, rhythm on the right. Okay? That'll help you remember. Okay? You can sit down. I'm really disappointed we didn't get the movie, but we'll try to do that.
I know.
So before we have our lunch, we'll do the climax of our story. Do you want to talk about the gun incident from your perspective?
My perspective?
Yeah.
I remember it really good.
Yeah. Okay, here we go, the two realities. Okay, go ahead.
This is what, this incident is where the rubber meets the road between a relationship, a marriage. And I had, of course I had this time off, but I was hanging bifold doors on a closet. And I got to where I had to hang it up, and this it's a funny mechanism that they wanted on the bottom, and it almost took 2 hands to do it. And so anyways, I went and bothered her and asked her if she would come out.
I have a home office, so I was
Right.
working, and he came.
And of course, it interrupts her work, but I was just to hold this door. And I was trying to give her directions on about where it needed to be, because I needed both my hands under there so I could get this pin in that slot. Well, anyways, to make it short, is that I hearing her voice when she wasn't speaking. I heard that this, I can't do this, or what are you talking about? And I'm holding it in this certain position on this certain angle, and that's not the way she confers about it. She knows nothing about it. And finally, I just, what the hell are you doing? And went on and on and ran.
That's putting it mildly.
Right. Well, I'm not trying to embarrass Brenda, neither, or you, because one thing what you'll find out when people have a brain change, especially with dementia, they come up with all kinds of language, and language that we all don't like to hear. And certainly I don't like talking like that, but it just comes out. And I just was in a fit of rage. And of course, being my size and expression, leave it.
No, down.
It just scared the daylights out of her. And she's screaming back at me, and vice versa. And she's telling me I didn't say that, I didn't do that, or whatever. And then my frustration and the level of anger was way up here. I didn't have it down here. I had it way up here. And I'm sure people heard me through the walls of the house. Of course, my voice can carry very easily. And I said, well, I had enough of this. I'm not going to listen to you anymore. And I went to the closet and where I keep my guns. And when I turned around to look, I see this street going out the back door. And
so we hit our breaking point, you hear that. So what Mark said was, well, I'll put an end to this. And he went to get the gun. And I'm thinking, is he putting an end to me or to him? Because if it's to him, at this point, I don't really care, right? I have had it. And we're old people, for crying out loud. We're 40 years old. We've been married for 40 years, and it's January, the dead cold of winter, and I'm grabbing my purse and running out of my house, afraid my husband's going to shoot me or himself with a gun, and never in a million years thought that was going to be happening to me, and I never thought that was dementia. And we have to tell this story because this is happening in other households. They might not get a gun. They might get a gun. They could get a knife. They can get a fist, a hand. I don't know what's happening in other houses. It's a story we didn't want to share. At first, there was a lot of shame and embarrassment. Like, oh my God, especially when we didn't know it was diagnosis. Oh my God, this is happening in our house. So I'm driving to town and I'm wondering, where should I go? What is he doing? Should I go to the police? Will the police make it better? Will the police make it worse? What will be the price to pay? Will he be carried off to jail? Oh gosh, the kids are getting off the school bus. I can't go to either one of my daughter's houses in this state. What should I do? Oh, the poor minister at our church. She was brand new. She didn't know us. And I went into her office and I'm no coat. It was one of those below zero snow crunching days. She's trying to figure out what I'm saying. And she called Mark. She called Mark, and to make sure he was okay, and then she asked him like for an appointment about something we were working on for some group. And he's like, well, when Brenda's not home right now, but when she gets home, he's cool as a cucumber, like nothing ever happened. So, you know, the pastor, she's poor thing. And I'm like, I don't know what to do. And I said, call Tracy. She'll know what to do. That's our daughter, our oldest daughter. What's her phone number? I don't know. I didn't bring my phone. You know, of course I don't know. We use it on our phone all the time. I ran out of the house without my phone. Thank God for church directories. So she looked it up. And I called Tracy. I said, Tracy, can you come? I'm at the church. And I'm bawling. Your dad's okay. I just, you know, because I didn't want her to think, oh, I'm going to get told my dad's dead. Mom's at church with the pastor, you know, kind of thing. I was like, Dad's okay. And she's like, yeah, I know he's okay. I just talked to him. He's perfectly fine. He's talking about kids coming out to the house. And I'm like, really? I was pissed. You know, wouldn't you be mad? Oh my gosh, I was mad and hurt to the core and scared to death and ashamed and embarrassed and everything you can think of. And so I went to live with my daughter and her family. And she went and picked up my stuff from the house without me. And he's fine. You know, like, I don't know what her problem is. He's cool. And he says, at the time I had, of course, dogs. Not like Sophie, but. And he said, well, you better take her dogs with her because she's going to need them.
Did people think you were crazy?
You know, pardon?
Did people think you were crazy? Like, he's fine?
Yeah, nobody knew. It's a secret, right? Who tells this stuff?
The Tracy and Katie, when I would be working on a project or something, I may lose my temper a little bit, but as far as what they saw, so they knew that
stuff was brewing. You know,
right,
this really wasn't out of the blue.
Really upset over something, but not to the level I was at there. And so they knew pretty much that I could be pretty scary.
So if you have, moral of the story, if you have guns in the house, a safe is a good idea. You know. So I went to my one daughter's and stayed there. My other daughter went and helped Mark out, got the guns out of the, well, actually, I called Mark, said I'm not coming home, and so he loaded up the guns and took them to my other daughter's house. They put them in a safe there. I'm just looking because we can continue with the story. Is lunch being delivered here? Should I break for lunch? Do you know? I'll keep going. But I didn't.
I even had got rid of the golf clubs.
Oh, look, we're not alone.
And the knives in the kitchen, we use plastic because I'm afraid sometimes you go like this, and I took out everything that
Yes.
Well,
okay,
and
but
the thing was, I got, when she come back and said she was afraid, and I had a chuckle. And she's like, well, I don't think it's so damn funny. I says, well, all the bullets in the shed, or all the bullets and shotgun shells, all the stuff, the ammo, is all upstairs in the barn. I don't have nothing in the house. So,
but I don't know
just
that
was
no one
crazy.
was thinking. All right, so getting help. How did we change from where we were to where we are today? And it's a long period of time. Well, this was about the time frame. The kids are a lot older now. But this picture is about that time frame. So what do you do when this happens in your house? Where do you go? Been to the pastor. But now what do I do? Well, what everybody else does this day and age. You Google it, right? So I looked up, so I'm looking up where can I get help? Where I'm looking up, and I found in our community Jerry psychiatrist. Let me tell you, I thought the psychiatrist is what we needed because this man's got something wrong with him, and I thought we were going to need a psychiatrist. And it had a clinical psychologist, neuropsychologist, and MSW. So I'm like, oh yeah, I can tell you what's going to happen. They're going to start us with the MSW, and we're going to quickly escalate up to the psychiatrist because we're needing help. So, but of course, the first thing they want to do, I call and tell them the situation, I want to come in. You think it's pretty urgent when your husband's getting a gun out. Well, they say, well, can you give us your insurance information and we'll find out if your insurance will pay first. Yeah. Like, are you kidding me? I am willing to pay regardless of what my insurance pays, right? We need help. But no, you got to get your insurance first. So I stayed at my daughter's, and we got here, and like I said, they had all the different disciplines, and so we were in a good location for getting a variety of help. So Mark, why don't you tell us how were you told that you had dementia? What was that like? And we get into feelings later. This is just about how did it happen.
Going to the counselor, you mean?
Yeah.
Okay.
When,
Brenda coming, and what she had done is she wanted us to start dating again, to get our relationship back. And she asked me if we need to go to a counselor, we need to find out. And I was agreeable to all that. And so she had made an appointment at this facility for this counselor. And I went in there, and the lady asked me to tell me the story. I did a real short version, and within 15 minutes she says, "You got dementia." And I was like, huh? I can't believe, dementia. And she goes, "Yes, you have dementia. I don't know what kind it is, but this is very similar patterns. What you're explaining to me, what's happening at work, at home, is because of your dementia." And after she told me that, I just sunk in the chair. I was like, wow, I was relieved. I was, something had lifted off of me and I was floating. Somebody come and told me exactly what was wrong. It made a lot of sense when she repeated all the different things that were happening and that I needed these different tests.
Right, so that's what she says. She thinks he has dementia. And, okay, so you felt good, you felt the relief. All right, so I mentioned earlier, 50% of people living with dementia have self-awareness. Mark is one. Mark is aware he's losing skill most of the time, but he feels most comfortable around me. I say time to build a team. Time to build a team if you haven't built a team already. So Mark's accounting of his diagnosis is different than mine. Perhaps the psychologist did tell Mark in 15 minutes that he had dementia. I wasn't in the room. So I don't know. Again, I try not to question his accuracy on stuff and his realities. But so she said she suspected that he had dementia. That made him feel really good that there was something, oh my gosh, I'm not going crazy. There is something wrong with me. There is a reason I act the way I am. But that didn't mean that was the end of it, that we didn't have our diagnosis. This is what she thought it was. And of course, you start out with your basic physicals and blood tests, and then that, the doctor was talking seizures and, just all kinds of different kinds of, let's rule this out, rule that out, all that sort of thing. And then ultimately, the MRI, you get to see, well, now I might understand it if I looked at it a little bit more now that I've learned more, but it didn't mean anything to me. I didn't know what a normal brain looked like, let alone a not normal brain. What was most meaningful to me in terms of the diagnosis was the neuropsych testing, where he had gone in, and the neuropsychologist could tell us where his strengths were and where his deficits were. That's where the rubber hits the road, right? That's what I needed to know. What can he do? What can he not do? What do I need to put in place to support him and help him? So it took a while, and we'll tell about why it took so long after lunch. But I put, since Mark has self-awareness, we can do some adjusting of some realities sometimes. Okay, and that's changing. Used to be we could almost always adjust. Now we can do it sometimes. So our lunch is here, and so we're going to take a half-hour break, and I'm not giving you a minute more because we went a minute over on our break this morning. So it's 12:07, and we'll come back at 12:37. Have you ever heard of confabulation? Haven't heard of confabulation? It's really interesting. It's the spontaneous production of false or distorted or misinterpreted memories about oneself or their world without conscious intention for deceit. Okay? Mark has mastered the art of confabulation. Okay? So our loved ones are having, the best way I can put it is having gaps in their memory, and they're searching to fill those gaps, and they're grabbing other parts of memories or information that they're getting. They're not making stuff up. It is literally what's in their brain telling them, filling in those gaps. It's as real to them as any memory that we have. And they would pass a lie detector's test because it's real to them.
One thing I can say about that, my wife is for that, but she will take experiences that I've had and translate them into believing that they're the experiences that she's had.
Yep. Okay, I'm not going to talk about my experience with the diagnosis. I think we've had enough of that. We have enough other information. I will just tell you real quickly, because I said it took us forever and the doctor didn't want to give us our diagnosis. Well, we had a doctor's appointment, and we're a spiritual sort of family, kind of funny family too.
Sort of.
And
we're
so, we were prepared for this. We'd undergone all these testings. We had anticipated a dementia diagnosis. We had all our questions down. We had prayed about it. We had talked to our kids about it. We were ready for this doctor's appointment. We'd been waiting, and we're dressed, walking out the door, and the office calls and says, "Sorry, doctor has to cancel. He'll see you in 6 weeks." I had an out-of-body experience, is all I can say. I became this person I didn't even know. I mean, it was like, okay, 6 more weeks. When you look at it, it's like, okay, 6 weeks. But I couldn't wait 6 more weeks. I was like, just, you guys heard the story. I was just at my wit's end. So I said, well, gee, Mark's medical records are Mark's medical records. I just want a copy of his medical records. Well, you'll have to bring him in because he needs to sign. And then so we came, and there he is. Go ahead and sign. He signed. Then they came back and they said, oh, no, we're not going to give them to you. And I was like, what? I thought those were ours. Guess what? Since we had seen, and I'm going to look at you because you might know this better. Since we had seen a psychiatrist, we were in the mental health world. We weren't in the physical health world. And in the mental health world, the doctor can decide if it's good for you or not, apparently. At least this is my interpretation of what I was told, of whether or not you should be told your diagnosis. And it was decided that it wasn't good for Mark to know his diagnosis.
He hasn't seen me mad, though.
Yeah, yeah, it was in his best interest. So I went to the doctor. I was at the office window, the poor girl who worked there, because I was like, wouldn't take no for an answer. And I would say, well, then I want to know who my advocate is. And she'd say, well, the office manager. I'm like, no. That's your advocate? Who's my advocate? Previously being the state long-term care ombudsman, I knew about advocates. Well, I don't know. They're like, oh, we never asked anybody. We never had anybody ask for an advocate. I was like, really? Somebody have a question over here? Yes.
You said the doctor said it was better to do the
psychiatrist.
Psychiatrist, okay.
Yes. Jerry psychiatrist. So the medical records idea didn't work. So I was like, oh, I know. I'll call the short-term disability carrier, because we had to submit all that stuff to get the disability. So I called that carrier and said, my husband would like a copy of his medical records. Here he is. And they said, oh, no, you don't own those anymore. Once they're to us, the only time we can give them to you is if you're denied. So I couldn't get them from there. I was pissed. And so I finally thought, they're billing. I want a copy of my billing information and codes and all of that. So that's how I finally got the answer. And so it was in an envelope in the doctor's waiting room. And I can remember thinking, okay, us who are care partners in the room, I can remember thinking about childbirth. I did think about childbirth then, because Mark was sitting there in the room. I was sitting here in the room. knee-to-knee touching, and I read vascular dementia. And I thought, wow, I don't have it, he has it. The reason I thought childbirth is I gave birth to a child, he was holding my hand, right? No comparison, holding my hand versus pushing that baby out. And so I'm thinking, he's pushing that baby out. He's having an experience I don't understand, right? I'm having an experience, but he's having. So I can remember thinking, we are so physically close, but I think we must be far apart in our thinking and where we are. So that was
Brenda.
If you would not use the PowerPoint for a while and IT will remote in
Oh,
and figure it out.
okay.
So
Okay. All righty.
slides switch.
Yeah, I'll,
He's working on it.
Yeah.
okay, end show. All right, so what I'll just do is sort of move the slides along so that I can, up and down without being into the PowerPoint. So my responsibility, well, at least have a couple here. My responsibility, now remember, I'm not living at home at this time because I'm not coming home. And, oh, by the way, we're in counseling during this time. And kind of the protocol is you see your counselor, he sees his counselor, and then we see a counselor together. Because, so I'd see my counselor, but I'd be all pissed off at him because he'd go to his counselor, he didn't know what to talk about. Oh, we're fine. And he'd come home, I'd come home, I'd be mad again. I'm a pretty steady, pissed off state, okay? I'm like, what do you mean you don't know what to talk about? So I'm talking to my counselor. I'm saying, he doesn't. He goes, we talk. So she said, well, jump starting. So, okay, what are you going to talk about today? Okay, good. He goes, he forgot. I didn't know. Still, we didn't know it was dementia. So I'm just still getting madder and madder. It's not important enough for him to remember, is what I'm thinking. It's not important enough that he would know to go talk to this counselor about these issues that we're having. And so then I finally started writing them down. And that seemed to get where then she could start asking Mark stuff, and we gave up that middle person and came together. And so, I was thinking about my responsibility. What is my responsibility? He's my husband. I said, until death do us part. I don't like him very much right now. But gosh, there's a reason he was acting the way he's acting. He has dementia, can you imagine? So the day he was diagnosed, I moved back home. And the kids are all, because I'm thinking, if I don't take care of him, who's going to take care of all that stuff, all right? If I don't take care of him, who's going to take care of him? And my kids aren't going to take care of him. I don't want to put that burden on my kids, blah, blah, blah. And so I'm like, okay, I'm going to go home. So I went home. Kids said, well, you're not ready yet, Mom. Because all that hurt and pain that I had to get to that point didn't just go away magically because, oh, he has dementia, that's why he was acting like that. Well, good for him, but my heart was broken, and yes.
How long of a time was that?
3-4 months?
Several months, maybe pushing 6.
Okay.
And then I remember him saying, in this picture, you don't get the full effect, but when we came home and we laid in the bed and we cried and, that kind of stuff. But, oh, look how cool this is going to be. But this picture here is our 4 grandchildren. And we're big picture people. And we have fat heads. I don't know if you know what fat heads are. They are so cool. And they're decals. So we had a decal about this size across from our bed of the grandkids. And we love them so much. And he sat on the side of the bed and he looked at that picture as we were crying. He says, don't let me forget those grandkids. And that I can remember being one of our saddest points. Oh, dear Lord. Makes me, what else do we want to tell? All right. So then I ended up moving back out. I moved home, and in our counseling, it was decided that, I really wasn't ready to come home. We need to work through this. Mark, you were willing to see the counselor, and you even had the kids come in.
Yes.
Because Mark didn't remember some of the stuff that he did that wasn't the nicest, but he was willing to listen and willing to ask for forgiveness, even though he couldn't remember doing these things, and repair these relationships. And this is another reason for an early diagnosis. Because had we not spent the time and energy to repair our relationship, I have years and years and years ahead of me of being a care partner for Mark. And what happens when you build a house on a cracked foundation? It tumbles in. And so what I've learned is there's a lot of people who are living with dementia, families, who have years and years and years built on a cracked foundation. And I want to say, get out there, get the support that you need as early as you can so you can repair that foundation, because they can be repaired. And then you can build upon it for all those many years that you have to come. And we all have that in our lives for whatever reason, the little fractures. And if we can repair those, or it's a good reason to repair them, young people, rather than avoid them for later in life as you build on to later in life experiences. So we're at the point that we're back together. We're counseling. Mark decided it was painful. He decided not to go back to work. I mean, he wanted to go back to work. And I'm like, go back to work and I'm not coming home, because I wasn't going to live with that man. Because he removed that. There's only so much cognitive energy and emotional energy you have. And you remove that.
Dude, I feel like a Teletubby. It looks comfortable.
It looks comfortable.
It's like, oh.
Too bad we had our lunch while they were gone to lunch, because they could have done it. So we're back together. Okay, so now I'm going to fast forward to Thanksgiving. Mark goes home. He's tired. Surprise, surprise. We're all at my daughter Tracy's house. And I don't know if this is the plan of the presentation, but that's where we're at. And so Tracy okay, so this is how our family is. It's all or nothing. Everybody's there. So Mark goes home. He's tired. He goes to bed. We're at my daughter's house. The grandkids, you saw the picture of them. The son-in-laws, the son. I'm 50-something. My daughters are 30-something, and we have the conversation. All right, you ladies who work for the Department on Aging can appreciate this. They sit down. They say, well, Mom, what are you going to do? We see changes in Dad already. Well, you could live at your house, and they're giving me the options. I'm like, are you kidding me? I've done this for my career. I know what the options are. That's what my brain was saying. My mouth didn't say it. Rarely happens, but I controlled it then. I'm thinking, I am 30-something, you are 50-something. This is supposed to happen in 30 years. They're naming off, well, you could get an apartment in town. You could I said, yeah, yeah. Well, what do you think I should do? Yeah, everybody likes that question. My oldest daughter says, I think we should live together. She says, that way when Dad can't mow lawn, we don't have to mow our lawn and that lawn. You want to go to the grocery store, you don't have to bring Dad to here or this or that. It was easy for me. I said, okay, I can live with you guys. That's not a problem. I'm good with that. I mean, it was that easy for me. After Thanksgiving dinner discussion. Let's wait till after Christmas to talk to your dad about it. Okay. Saturday after Thanksgiving, Mark comes in the bedroom. I'm in bed early that night. He comes in the bedroom, sits down, and says, I've been thinking. When I'm dead and gone, or mentally gone, where do you want to live? And I says, well, you know what? I think I could live with Tracy and Brian. And he said, well, okay then. Let's make that happen while I'm able to help you. So I was like, well, that was easy. So, and let me tell you. So Tracy and Brian, Tracy's cool with it. Brian's, a little mopey looking over there. Katie, our other daughter, she's okay with it. But James, the other son-in-law, he's over in the corner going, ching, 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 ching. He was off the hook. Right? Yes, exactly. Dodge that bullet. Shoo! Tracy wants to live with him. So we started looking. Their house clearly wasn't big enough. They had a city house, or lived in the city, and had a nice sized lot, but not room to add on to house. And then, we had teenage grandsons who were driving, and now you're talking, you need a parking lot in addition to a house. So, and our house wasn't big enough, and we have some property, but you couldn't add on to it because you have to be so far from the front of the yard, have to be so far from the side of the yard, so far from the septic, so far from the well, and so we really couldn't add on to our house. So we started looking, and it's like, oh, geez. Okay, now mind you, all this is going on while we're still getting short-term disability, long-term disability, COBRA, all that insurance stuff going too. Now you go, oh, because making a move makes a change. I'm thinking the sooner we do it, the better. All those kinds of things. And then, so we're looking, and the grandkids were at an age that they started kind of grieving in advance, I guess I'll call it. And they're like, wow, you mean no more hayless rides? Because Pa has a tractor and a wagon. We didn't put hay on it. And we take the kids around. We have a nice little loop, and there's the turkey over here and the llama over here. And, that we used to just go. Dilly's birthday, we made a sign, said, Dylan's 2, honk if you honk for his birthday. And people, we had T-shirts made with the tractor on it. I mean, we're weird. But that meant a lot. There was a barn. Mark had a barn. It was not a barn with animals, but it was a barn full of lifelong collection of tools. Really didn't think this out about moving those tools, right? Moving all that stuff. And then, Grandma, or Nani, they call me Nana, Nani, what about Pa's raspberry bushes are doing pretty good about now, and those apple trees are just paying off. And we do like the fire pit. Are we going to have a fire pit at the new house? And they're naming off all these things. That thinking, Mark really doesn't care that much about the house, but he does like the property. So we sold the house. We sold the house. We sold it was just a 3-bedroom ranch, 2-bathroom. We sold it for $5,000.
That I totally remodeled.
Right? Yeah, don't ask Mark about this. I was sad for 20 minutes. We sold it for $5,000. We owed $20 on it. I was so sad for 5 minutes, 20 minutes maybe. And we had to sell it for that low because people were moving it off our property. So they had to pay for the move, had to pay for the repair. At least we didn't have to pay to tear it down, right? Because we wanted to keep the property and all the stuff that was important to Mark. And so the barn came in handy because we sold the house and it was moved off the property, and we put all our belongings in the barn, moved into Tracy and Brian's unfinished basement. It's kind of like who said the camping? Was there somebody here today? That was you. Yeah, you went camping. We camped in her basement, Just took enough clothes to get us through while the new house was being built. But I had a design in my mind for the new house. Well, first of all, I had to house 2 families, right? And I wanted it to be dementia-friendly, what I consider dementia-friendly. So my requirements were, I have a home office. So I have to have a window from my office into the house so I can see what he's doing at any given time. I want the bathroom to be large enough that if he needs a wheelchair, I need a wheelchair, it's wheelchair accessible. Walk-in shower, and heck, you better put 2 shower heads in because I'm probably going to get in the shower with him, and I'm not standing out in the cold. And then the bed needs to be where he can see the toilet, because when you wake up at night, that's usually what people our age have to do. So then there needs to be a light right over the toilet so he can see it. And then our living rooms, we need our private living spaces, but our living rooms, let's put these doors between them so that when he needs supervision, we can just open the doors and we don't have to say, Tracy, kids, boys, whatever, come on over here and watch your dad, or we don't have to say, Mark, go over there to be with the kids. Just open the doors and we're together. So our daughter Tracy, who also, listen to this is crazy. So how many people do you know? I have a home office. Then my daughter Tracy works from home too. Okay, that's part of the reason why we live with her and not the other daughter who goes out of home for the office, for work. So we're thinking, we need a house that has bedrooms for all these people. I work 40 plus hours a week, right? So I need a real office. Tracy teaches 4th grade online. She needs a real office. So she downloads the program, Google, and she designed our house. And what we did, so taking that house off, we expanded the size and we built a 2-story. And so when we get to it, we have pictures of our house and how it all connects together. And so we were able to keep all the things that were important to Mark. Because Mark likes to go out and sit with the chickens and have a fire, smoke his pipe, and do those sorts of things. And so then I remember another part I wanted to share. See, I'm doing fast forward because while we were living at Tracy and Brian's house, there was one day, and this was like a time that I really felt Mark's love. Because there was a day that I said to him, I was a sad day, just feeling sad. And he said, well, let's go out here for supper. It's a little bit of a drive in the country. And I said, okay. So we're taking a drive in the country. And I just feel like crying. You know how that is. And he takes my hand and he says, well, you know, there was one thing that I could do to make it better. What would it be? I'm thinking, wow, he's never been this. And I'm like, I want my old house back. You know, it's all long gone. Well, he can't do that. But as I look back now, I realize I didn't want my old house back. Well, maybe a little bit, because there was a really cool, and you'll see it, shrine to the grandkids in it. And special bedroom just for them. And what I was saying, I think now when I look back, is I want my old life back. You know, I don't want this. And Mark said to me, and it never dawned on me until this time. Mark said to me, but don't you see, I had to do this now, so I knew you were taken care of. I was shocked because I was doing it to make sure we could take care of him. And he was doing it to make sure that I was taken care of. And I had no idea that that was his motivation until that moment. So when you talk about finances, because when we first got dementia, like I said, I'm on Facebook. I'm on Facebook, and I liked this one doctor who had dementia. And he lives in Pensacola, Florida, and he's going here, and he's doing this cruise. Oh, living well with dementia. And I'm like, yeah, well, I could live well with dementia if I could go do those things too, right? And then I got thinking, I'm sure people watching me on Facebook, Facebook's a funny thing, isn't it? Thinking people on Facebook are probably thinking, well, I could do well too if I could build a house, you know, and pay for that and do all that. Well, Mark, when we're storytelling, will say, well, I don't need to worry about that because they took my retirement money. I don't need to worry about that because they took, right?
Yep.
Because what we chose to do, and we paid a steep price for it, but it was a decision that we made. And we said, it just started raining. We saved for a rainy day, right? And we just said it started raining earlier than we expected. So Mark's retirement money, the money that he had saved, is what we took out to what our agreement was with our kids, just to tell you how we financed this, because, you know, are we good off? Yes. Are we wealthy? Not under my, you know, what I consider wealthy. But what we did was, like I said, we sold the house for $5,000, and what we did is we took money out of his retirement. And since I was still working, you know, typically when you take it out of your 401k or your IRA, it's when you're not working anymore, your income's a little lower, and you're not paying so much taxes. But I'm working, and we're taking this big lump sum of money out, looking like, you know, for tax purposes at the end of the year. But we knew, I mean, that's what we, you know, when we looked at, you know, we couldn't just go borrow the money because you have to have so much collateral for the house and blah, blah, blah. So we looked and we talked, and, you know, so we did this as a financial decision that some people might say, my God, you paid so much in taxes. We could pay total cash for that house had we not had to pay in taxes. But what we did is we told the kids, we will put down on this house whatever your current mortgage payment is. Then you'll have the same mortgage payment in the brand new spanking new house with the extra property, the barn, the 3-car garage, all of that. Because, you know, it really wasn't fair for them to say, come and live with us and pay more money, right? And so they, you know, that's what we did. So we took that money out. Well, then there was, you know, so like I said, we paid a lot of taxes on it. But then what it also does for those of you who are in Medicare, if your income's over a certain point, which I thought my income would never, ever in retirement be over that point, but if your income's over a certain point with Medicare, then you have the privilege of paying more for your Medicare premium. And so Mark had to pay for another additional 2 years a higher Medicare premium, much higher than what we all pay, maybe $100 a month. He paid several $100s a month. And of course, he wasn't 65 yet. So to buy your supplemental insurance, those days where Blue Cross used to be the insurer of last resort and they were affordable, well, they're long gone. And so if you're under 60, you get to pay a higher rate because you're disabled. So most of Mark's income went for health insurance, either Medicare or supplemental or COBRA, most of his Social Security during those times. So it was a really time, that was some pretty big financial decisions. But the private pay rate in the nursing home in my community is $10,000 a month. All right? I used to be, for you guys, I used to be the trainer for the MAP program. I used to know Medicaid inside and out. So I used to look at him after he was diagnosed like this. I'd go cha-ching, cha-ching, like dollar signs in my eyes. That's what I saw when I looked at him. Like I knew to the penny how much, if I put him in a nursing home, how much I could keep. Okay? And so I started looking at everything in terms of, at that point in time, in terms of, if this keeps him home one more month, it's worth $10,000. The whole money idea just became something totally different in my brain. And so now for us, it's very hard. It's like, okay, should I save that money or should we take that trip? I used to always think I needed to save that money. I'm not a trip-taking kind of person, although the trips sound fun. And so now I probably have a healthier balance at, well, I think I'm going to do that, but I'm going to save that too. But I really did start looking at every dollar as it's either this or this. And so if you need to put a bathroom downstairs that costs you $10,000 or $20,000, if it keeps your loved one at home for 2 more months, it's paid for itself. You can't take it with you. And if you go to a nursing home, you certainly, I don't want to make that sound bad because there are spousal impoverishment rules. There are protections for the spouse at home to keep a certain amount of money. In my mind, if I were 80-something, it would probably be enough money to keep me the rest of my life. But if I was 50-something and he had to go to the nursing home, that's a different story. So that's how we did our financing for our home. And that's how we chose to use Mark's retirement money. And so this is truly his retirement home, right?
Yeah.
So.
Oh, you saved a few dollars.
Saved a few dollars?
Yeah.
Yep. Mark, why don't you talk about some of the things that you do? I know what we have on there in terms of compensation. Skills, things that you do, problems you have, challenges you have, and what you do to replace it. I'm getting Charlie horse in my leg, too.
Give me one at a time.
Give you one at a time?
Yeah.
Okay. See how they do there.
Yeah, let's see how they...
All right, let's talk about some of the areas that you find challenging.
What's real challenging for me is comprehension, and that's a big one for me. I can have conversations with people, but it's comprehending what they say, and getting all the words that are necessary to be in that sentence so it's correct. That's a real tough one. In fact, I almost refuse to go to the doctor anymore unless somebody goes with me. And like last time, Brenda couldn't go, so Tracy went with me because I missed too much. It just over the top of the head. And so that's one of my other big challenges. Completing a task is a big deal for me now too. I may start something and then all of a sudden I'm just exhausted. I can't do this today, I can't do it tomorrow. It might take me a week, it might take me 2 weeks to get something. For example, I wanted to wash and clean my truck and clean the inside really good. And I used to do that like every other week or whatever. And it took me 4 weeks to get that scheduled in, and so I could fit the time and do it. Let's see. Oh, like listen to a sermon, and if you ask me, well, what was they talking about afterwards or whatever, it's gone. You know, at the moment it's there, but then once I walk outside or visit with somebody, it's gone. That's happened real frequently now. And she may ask me to wash the dishes and I don't get it done. You know, I mean, so she now has learned to give me tasks, but gives me time to get it done. So it's hard for me to keep a routine because I don't know. I mean, it's real funny. Like I just can't get out of bed. I am sunk in so deep in that thing, I can't get up. And it's a real funny thing because then I do sleep, you know. So, and there's times that I've slept so hard, it's like I can't even roll out of bed and I end up staying there. But then again, on the other hand, when I try to participate with things with my son-in-law, trying to help get a few things done that, like we just had to put in a new septic field, so the whole backyard's all tore up, and we had to go and move the septic field to another place, which went into my garden area. So it means we have to move the chickens and stuff. I would stay there and keep working on it, you know, at a certain pace. But then when they say it's time to come in for lunch, I can't get out of the chair. Or I can't get out, you know, at dinner time, I can't get out. It surprises me, and it's amazing how much the brain absorbs all my energy. I used to go from daylight to dark. I used to farm. I mean, I was up at 4 o'clock in the morning. I was already down, had the cattle fed by 5 o'clock or whatever, you know, and I couldn't have breakfast unless all the animals were fed first. So, I mean, I used to just go. And when it was garden season, I come home from work. I could have been changing the steam line, digging and all that kind of stuff, but I'd still have the energy to go out and get the tiller going and get things done. I had the garden was 70 foot wide and it was 135 feet long. So, you know, I grew everything. I enjoy the outdoors. I enjoy growing things and watching it grow. So, so those days are gone. I just can't do that. And the same way, the only thing I get real fired up about is now that my youngest daughter, who I always went deer hunting with, or bird hunting or rabbit hunting, and she was my tomboy. She would go with me hunting and stuff, and she had her beagle and I had the bird dog, and we'd enjoy our company together and stuff. But deer season, she said, "You're done this year. You know, you're not going to do this anymore because I can't take it. Mom may be able to understand to let you go out there, but you know, I've seen you fall twice, and I don't want you to fall again. Because yeah, you were all right with your gun in your hand, but it could not end up being that way because I was losing my balance." and she didn't want that accident to happen. So, go ahead.
Do you still drive?
Yes,
Okay.
I still drive. In fact, I drove down here. Reluctant here. Oh, she was like, "No, yeah."
Shall we discuss that? Okay, no. Yeah, you had to open that can of worms. No. I just want to say, I am really fine with, and I'm walking around just so you guys know I got a Charlie horse going. I get that sometimes, so I'm acting kind of weird. But I'm really cool with Mark driving. I think he's a good driver. He's a great navigator. Okay, when they told us, when the lady was telling us the results from the neuropsych testing, and they said, you should probably only drive in familiar places, I'm thinking, that's not Mark's test results. We're going to be in big trouble because I literally do not know my left from my right unless I look for my wedding ring. And so I'm thinking, no. But I see some changes there. He's very good with directions still. He's better than I am most of the time. Not always. But I feel confident with his driving. For a while, about a year ago, he said, don't send me on errands. I'm going to start limiting my driving just to my driving. Don't send me on errands. All the kids are old enough to drive, so if we're going somewhere, somebody else is going to drive. Just as a precautionary sort of thing. And I am, like I said, I'm 100% comfortable at home. We live in a small community. What I learned is I don't like to let him drive out of town by himself because if the car broke down. Because just that extra pressure on his brain is he wouldn't maybe make the best decision.
And we had that happen together.
Right.
I forget where we were coming from, but anyways, we ended up in southern part of Flint on the expressway, and we had got off, I guess we got off just so we could go to the bathroom and get a drink, and when we're just about there, the car started to quit. Well, fortunately I was driving, so I was able to nurse it along, and of course the alternator light was blinking off and on, and I got it in and got parked. But when I got out of the car and she said, well, now what do we do? And I remember holding my head like, come on, brain, work. You know, I couldn't get it all together. What am I going to do here? And so I finally just turned to her, and she said, well, we'll call for a wrecker and we'll have it towed someplace local here. My mind was to tow it all the way home. Well, it's cheaper to have it done local and
like
then
I
come
said,
back for it.
He's always been the go-to guy, okay? I mean, even the first time we took an airplane after he was diagnosed, I mean, not that we fly, but, you know, his mom wanted to see that he was okay, so we go to Arizona. And so I'm following him. He's been the leader in that kind of stuff. We missed our flight. I'm texting the kids, I'm never flying with your dad, traveling with your dad again. And then I'm like, no, don't text the kids that. It was like, okay, things are different. I need to be the one who now takes the lead on that. Easy to say, but then how does this person recognize that and go along with that? And so it takes some talking. Mark belongs to some dementia groups of guys and gals who meet on Zoom. We use Zoom all the time. It's a video conferencing platform. And they Zoom and they come together, and one of the things they talk about is driving. Some still drive, some don't drive. And when did you decide to give up? And what are your challenges? And so it's not something that I'm feeling like I have to come in and set the limits on for him, because he's talking to others. And he frequently thinks about it, because he tells me, I think Dial-A-Ride comes out here now. I think it's like $1.50. I think I can call them and they can still take me to the coffee group if I want to. So he's thinking about and recognizes there'll be a day.
Yep.
We still disagree a lot about timing sometimes, but.
You know, driving requires quick decisions.
Yes.
It isn't like sitting there
That's right.
in your easy chair.
Right.
So with your lack of comprehension, does that lack of comprehension come from the words you hear, or does it come from the situations you're in?
You know, I personally think, because I want to address that and say, what do you think first, I
Word.
guess? The word, yeah, I think more word. But too much information at once, information overload.
Yeah.
That's why I feel okay at home, because it's familiar surroundings. The traveling breakdown, yeah. What would he decide if he had a flat tire? I mean, he could change a tire, you know.
Decide if a car crosses the yellow line and comes straight at
Correct. That's why we're
Hit the
going.
bastard.
We're
Dare me like that? I'll take you out.
okay. So, yeah, you think he's joking, don't you? We having that discussion right now, okay? Because we've been invited to a birthday party on Saturday, and
Right.
it's in Clinton Township, which is going to be some traffic driving, right? Mark's like, well, I can drive down there. And I'm like, not so much. I'm not thinking so. So, you know, he usually goes along with it, but he's not liking that. You know, the imposing on him, if I can get, you know, if he can be the one, if we can mutually agree versus, no, I don't think you should do that.
But nobody's rode with you except me.
Yeah, that's the truth. You guys, just because he has dementia, you assume I'm a better driver.
Well, they come home, even now, the kids will come home and say, oh my God, it's better that you're driving. That woman is nuts.
Right? So you've got
And we almost got
to
up
compare.
and
You've
run
got
off the
what
road.
you've got this big.
Yeah.
Yeah, right? Yes. No, I tell the kids all the time, be sure to tell the doctor that's the way she always has been, you know. Because we come out to, poor Mark, so we come out of we're at a rest stop, and we come out of the restroom, and, you know, the car's out this way, I walk this way. He's like, Brenda, over here. I'm like, oh, we are in such big trouble. And then when we came back with the flight we missed, you know, I am so used to it because this has been my life. Is, you know, where did we park was a week ago, and where did we park? And he used to always know. Okay, he used to always know. We didn't know anymore. I'm used to dragging my suitcase through the parking lot looking for my car. It's no big deal. But he is like, I felt so bad because he's behind me dragging, like, where are we? I'm like, I really need to pay more attention because things are changing. And we miss the ball games. Like, our grandson plays baseball. The kids are like, well, why don't you use the GPS? And I'm like, well, we were, but Dad said turn left. He said turn right. So I turned left. And they're like, well, why didn't you turn right? And I said, well, because he's been right for 42 years, you know? I've turned left. The GPS recalculates. You know, it might be a little longer, but, and it's not worth the argument. If he says turn left, I turn left. And, like, we got to see that barn on fire, and, you know, stuff we wouldn't have seen had we turned right?
That's right.
Okay. So you know, so we are right now going through some, you know, this is not part of the presentation because we don't have it. We're winging it. But we are having that. So we're having that discussion about driving in Detroit on Saturday. And so I think it was this morning I said, you know, Mark, I feel really good about you driving here, but your reactionary time in traffic concerns me, and making multiple decisions. So his driving, hi sweetie, I love you too. His driving is good, and I think we make a good team as good a driver as I'm ever going to be, as a good driver and a good navigator. He can be a pretty good navigator when he's not having to pay attention to the traffic and the roads and, you know, that kind of stuff. He can say it's the next exit on the right when he doesn't have all the other stuff. And so that one, and then the biggest challenge, because we come here and we say, oh, the barn, and Mark's got the barn and all his tools. How cool is that? And we've got cool pictures of grandsons out there welding and repairing their vehicles. And they have these tools that this man took 60 years to accumulate, and he's taking good care of. How great is that? It's miserable. You know, because now they never put the tools back where they belong. And I have to hear about it every day. And you know, and then he goes and buys it again, and then, oh, there it was. You know, and so sometimes I think, what's that? But I'm kidding. I'm joking, kind of. You know, it would be what it would be anywhere, right? I mean, it's not in the right place, whether it was in the barn or in the house. So that's the challenge now.
Well, and for an example is I have a big pegboard and I have certain tools that are hung on that. Well, I came in the barn last week and Brian says, well, I fixed up all those tools over there, and he moved everything. He didn't go and get the new hooks and hook stuff in. He went clear over on the other side of the bench and put a bunch of nails on the wall, and he hung stuff up. And I said, now you really have me up. You know, I mean,
oh yeah,
because it's been there forever that I have had that one spot for
okay,
that level.
There's a really important lesson is, and I know you're thinking about moves and different things, even moving stuff in the house, even in the barn. There's something like muscle memory or something besides that memory, because if the coffee pot isn't in that exact same spot and you follow those exact same steps, but you take that step out now that requires some thought and decision making. So it's kind of like they're finding that that the Velcro might not be such a good idea for those shoes because it's introducing something new. So introducing something new might not be the time. Maybe look at how to support the old way.
Well,
so moving the tools, just like Mark does not like me to move anything. We have this great pantry, if the pictures were working. We have this beautiful pantry in our new house. Mark wants everything in the exact same place when I go to the grocery store. We don't have any ketchup. Here it is, okay. Well, we can do that too. We can talk about object recognition and.
Right. Here, Sophie. Sorry.
Come on, baby.
But here's another example. Now, recently, I'm forgetting where I have.
Oh, she's got a question.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just curious. I have a friend that's taking care of an aunt that has, I don't know if she has an official diagnosis, but she was having hallucinations, definitely having some cognition issues. And the friend lives here, the aunt lives in a different state, and so she was not able to stay in her home anymore, and they recently moved her into like an assisted living. But as you're saying, like the recollection and not changing things, I'm like, how do you help somebody adjust when they're not really able to be on their own?
Right. Well, and that's what it was funny because I said when we got to our new house,
I'll get way over here.
Okay. When we got to our new house, I was like, it was funny because Mark was a different man, right? Because he was more confused. And so I told people that a million times, right? That expect that when it happens. And what happened to us, I'm like, nobody told me. I just didn't even, I was like, oh my gosh, he can't do that. And he did come back, some of the stuff. But he was, you look at where they're at in the disease process. Just because you have Alzheimer's or dementia doesn't mean you can't learn something new. It's going to take a lot longer. Routine is very important to Mark in terms of, like staying in a hotel, I found out is not such a good idea anymore because it's not in the same spot as it is, and so the watch isn't on or because the steps are out of sequence. So if a move is required, then maybe the sequence as much as possible, layout, the look, the feel, and they can learn. You see those people out there? And they can learn, they can learn new ways. And it takes some adjustment. Because people who move into assisted living, they find their room, right? They eventually, if it doesn't all look the same, typically they learn to find their room.
Go ahead.
I was just going to ask a follow-up question. So my mom, my dad died just under 2 years ago. The plan was always to downstairs somewhere, and it just didn't happen. So after she was by herself at the house, she made it really clear she wanted to move. So we put the house up, and she's living in a great place now, independent, but it'll go to the next wing once it changes. But she's really keeps saying, like, when am I going to go back home, even though she knows she's living there, and she knows we sold the house. So is that kind of what you're talking about, that we caught her in between the time that...
see, that's an interesting question because that I want to go home doesn't always mean I want to go home. When I said I want my old house back, I really wanted my old life back. I really want to be where I feel safe, where it feels comfortable, where it feels familiar.
Or a childhood home.
And yes, because sometimes it could be the childhood home. So what does home mean? You know, so lots of times, that's why I said with reading Dr. Power and reading well-being, you're learning that it might not be that's really being articulated, but it's the emotion behind it, it's the feeling. Is it safe? Is it familiar? Is it comfortable? What can we look at what need might be being not met? Okay, this will kind of lead us, we're definitely going out of order, but this will lead me to how I now look at things different. Like,
that's
it
enough.
took me all my career, all this career that I've worked, and I talked about strength-based, and I thought I understood looking at what the person retained and the strength, but I didn't know it until it came home, right? And most people think of with dementia, oh, you need to take this away, and now they can't drive anymore, and now they can't this anymore, and now they can't do that anymore. What I've changed my looking at is, like with Teepa Snow, she has what she calls a puzzle, and there's pieces of the puzzle. She has 6 pieces. So when I see Mark changing, I don't automatically assume it's the dementia. I start to look at, so how much sleep did he get? Is he sleep? Somebody said to me, I can't remember, in the restroom, the ladies' restroom, I'm kind of out of it because I didn't sleep well last night. Okay, so you get it, right? Okay, so how's his sleep going? We can talk about sleep because that can be a challenge. And then he's diabetic. So what's his blood sugar been like? What's he been eating? Then something that I really started looking at is his social life. Mark's a very social person. So how much has he been interacting? And I've learned to predict some of these needs now. When baseball season ends, when we go to baseball games, and we have lots of social interaction, baseball season ends, now what are we gonna do? You know, for Pa to interact with other people. And so I can kind of predict when choir season is over, when Bible study ends, that there's a new void that needs to be filled. And so I look at his socialization, his sleep, his activity level, and then I look at meaning and purpose. Right? And I kind of learned this the hard way. We all want to do for other people. Mark has always been, if you ever read the book of love languages, Mark's a person who likes to do acts of service for other people. And so I remember learning this lesson that Mark, I talked earlier on that we were care partners. I needed to let Mark take care of me sometimes. I tend to like even right here, right? Mm-hmm. Oh, I can throw that away. I'm like, oh no, I'll throw that away for you. No big deal. I remember going to a soccer game and I'm spilling tea and all this because I always have my iced tea, and I have my tea and my drink and my lawn chairs, and and he's got Sophie. I'm like, no, I'm okay, and I spill everything. And he gets mad and he's like, you won't let me take care of you. I was like, I can let him carry the tea, really. So you got to look at opportunities for them to continue to have meaning and purpose, and not for us to totally take over for them. So speaking of meaning and purpose, again, we're way out of order, but do you want to talk about Sophie in your life?
Yeah, we can talk about Sophie. I think so.
Well, first let me tell the backup story.
Oh, the backup story?
Okay. When we moved into houses together, we had 2 dogs and my daughter had a dog. So we had 2 male dogs. Well, you know what happens with male dogs when you bring them together, and another male, our one dog thought he had to pee all over the place. All right? Well, there's no stopping that, so we gave him to an older couple whose dog passed away. Well, then Mark starts moaning. I didn't know that we had a his and her poodle. We had 2 poodles.
Well, he would cuddle with me.
Yeah, he would cuddle. So Mark
sit on my lap.
Mark starts moaning, oh, Buddy loves you more than he loves me. You got Buddy, I got no Buddy. That's our brother. So he's like, I know, I'm going to get a stuffed dog. And I'm like, oh, man, you are going to look like a guy with dementia walking around with a stuffed dog, right? We talk about that, too. That's a whole hot topic in the dementia world. So I'm like, I'm not buying him the stuffed dog, that's for sure. Well, it's Valentine's time, and you go to the store, And there's candy and stuffed animals all over the place, and I made the mistake of taking Mark to the store. Ah, I'm going to get that one. So we bought the stuffed animal. We come home, and he's like, I'm going to name it Brenda. Then I can cuddle with Brenda anytime I want to. You can see cuddling is very important to Mark. And I'm like, oh, God, okay, go ahead. So then we go to, this was 2 years ago, we went to a dementia conference, and he saw these people with a dementia dog. And he comes home, and he's like, why can't I have? He didn't say I want. He's like, how come I can't have a dog that goes with me everywhere I want? I would really like that. I'm like, my typical loving self, I'm like, oh, for crying out loud. My daughter didn't want another dog in the house. Well, our other daughter, Katie, got a dog, and Mark was babysitting every once in a while. And the kids saw what Mark was like with the dog. They're like, Dad needs a dog. So, right. So I'm like, all right. So we did some research on dementia or service dogs in general. Okay, so I will tell you a little bit about service dogs. There is a difference between service dogs, emotional support dogs, therapy dogs. For a service dog, which Sophie's being trained to be a service dog, you have to have a disability, number one, and number two, the dog has to do something to mitigate that disability. And any place of business can ask you those two questions. Are you disabled, and what task does your dog perform for you? And if they meet that, then they're considered a service dog. Of course, they have to always be on a leash. They have to be housebroken, a few other things. Therapy dog, oh, it's for my anxiety. Because if you talk to Mark, he'll tell you in a few minutes, oh, she makes me feel so good, blah, blah, blah. So I'm like, okay, if you want a service dog has to perform a task. Clearly you're disabled, So do you want to show, what does Sophie have on, honey?
She has a GPS. Holy cow. My thingamajig's really changing, isn't it? It's right on her collar. Turn it. I guess I can't turn it very good. But anyways, there's her GPS. And wherever I go, Brenda can look me up on her phone. I also have a GPS, which I don't have my phone on. I forgot the routine change this morning. And for the same purpose, she can keep track of me.
Well, and just to finish the GPS with Sophie, so I love Sophie so much. But anyway, when Mark and Sophie leave the yard, I get a notice on my phone. And so if they would, and so she's being trained to, if he gets up during the night, she gets up during the night. He goes outside, she goes outside. So she's being trained to always be with him. To purchase trained service dogs, about $20,000, unless you get an organization to sponsor. So we have found a lady who is previously worked for Paws for a Cause. And so she comes to our house and works with us. She says all the time it's 80% training the person, 20% training the dog. So she comes to the house and we work on it with her. And so for a personal visit, and then we take a dog class one night a week, and then we take an agility class one night a week. And so Sophie has become very much a part of our lives. And it's been the best thing for our relationship that there could be. We could have purchased a dog. I mean, it's only 2 months in a nursing home. I mean, you can do what you have to do, right, or what you want to do. So we could have purchased a dog, but we chose to get a dog and train it because you usually get them when they're 2 years old. It's 2 whole years that they could work. Mark's doing pretty well right now. We wanted to work on her to know us, to know Mark while and there's really, to my knowledge, in the United States, not a dementia dog service. In the UK, there's some programs that are going. So we're like, well, let's give it a try and see how we do. And this lady was very willing. When I said, would you work with a person living with dementia, she didn't have any problem. And so the GPS, what I like then when I'm working is, and I'm out doing a training, and I know Mark had a coffee group. I get an alert that they're out of the house. I get alert that, says now Sophie's at church. Then I get alert says Sophie's now home. So I know he's making those times, and I don't have to check in. Nobody has to check in on it. And then I can always get on my phone and check too, and it's kind of like the Google Maps, the sky view, and I see exactly where they are. Isn't that cool? So that's number one. Then what does she do with tracking you?
Is there a
For the GPS stuff, her GPS is Whistle Stop, is what it's called, Whistle. And Amazon Prime, I got it. And I did pay for a year of data, and I think, I paid maybe $50 or something like that, because you pay once a year. And that's all there is to it. Yep, hooked to my smartphone. And then when her battery gets low, I think I'm going to buy a new battery just to have a spare, because when her battery gets low, my phone says her battery's low. When it's fully charged, it then tells me it's fully, or my watch or my phone.
Now, what about your husband's GPS?
Yeah, now see, because people say, well, why not just put it on the person? The person takes it off.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't have his watch on him today. He forgets his phone someplace. Nothing's foolproof, right? Right. Okay, we'll get to that next.
Well,
but nothing's foolproof. Even the door locks in places, I know of where there was residents and they said, I'll remember the first 3, you remember the last 3, and we're out of here. Okay? So there's nothing that's foolproof. But what if you guys get separated? What is she learning to do?
She's learning to hunt me down, and she's very good at it. When we first started to break her in, I would take my treats and rub it on my shoe, and I would go all over the yard. This is in the wintertime now when we were starting this, and I go all over the yard and around some trees and back around, come back to the deck, and we'll go back in the house, and we'll wait 15, 20 minutes, maybe a half hour. And Deb takes her out and says, find. She'll pick a place close to where I started. She'll say, find. And this show off puts her nose down, and then she picks it up as she's moving. She's picking the scent up.
And you can see
and
where Mark walked.
We
surround this side of the tree and over here. I've never seen a dog do that before. I was like, wow.
I said she'd make a good hunter, because that's what hunting dogs do.
So she's learn to stay with him, but then also to find him.
We're doing it now without any kind of treat on my foot for a scent. Now I've been going around the yard and stuff, and Deb will say, find, and she'll pick that right up and go all the way around. She comes right back to me. So it worked. We haven't tried it in a store yet. We'll probably end up trying that. But that's the purpose of having her to do that. The other things that she's been able to do is I'll be sitting in my chair and say I have a low sugar, and I'll tell her,
get it.
Go get it. And I'll point to the bathroom, and Brenda's got a towel hanging on one of the cupboard doors. She runs in, opens the door, grabs the package that's in there that tests my blood.
I have a video of that too. We get
and so then she'll bring it to me. I feel around like I've tested my blood or whatever, or if it was medication, and then I'll tell her, away, I'm sorry. And I'll tell her away, and she'll take that back.
And she's doing something we never taught our kids. She's putting things away. We are amazed.
So she's been doing those kind of things. Now we've been working on it, and then we kind of dropped it. But she has a green vest, and it has Velcro on it. And we stick a tag, like a package tag.
Like a luggage tag.
Luggage tag, I'm sorry. And it'll have my name on it, and it says that I need help, and it gives Brenda's phone number, or call for an emergency. So if I was in a store or went out for a walk or whatever, so then I act like had fell down, and I'll say, take it, and she'll
take it off her vest. She reaches back with her mouth, pulls it off her vest, and our daughter's office is upstairs, and she will take it upstairs to Tracy, and Tracy will know that Mark wants her. So we get her in our house, but the next step, so at the class, Deb's having us bring her, so she'll take it to a stranger.
Right. And
so
then
it's all part.
We're talking about even getting at a time, train her now, but there may be a time that we'll have first alert on, and she's learning how to go and push the button. And so she's, it's a lot of repetition.
Yeah.
But
now she's only 1 year old. She just turned 1 year old.
Yeah.
And so they said, you know, a good 2 years. But look, she's laying around being good in here. I mean, I think I'm pretty impressed. She's being a good girl for a 1 year old puppy. But man, as soon as you take her home and take that vest off her, she's like a lightning rod,
yeah.
isn't she?
Oh, she's got to go and run.
Zoom, zoom, zoom.
So, but she's done real well on airplane. She's lasted 8 hours on a flight and never went potty.
Yeah, we had a friend who had an airplane who goes to our church, and they knew we were going to that dementia conference, and Sophie had never been on an airplane, and so he took Mark and Sophie up, and we figured a little airplane is going to be a lot noisier and scarier than a big airplane. So we were able to do that to make sure she was not too anxious. And my girlfriend told me, and I'm really thinking this was what I'll do, is she said, you know, people do Christmas letters at Christmas time, she says, you should write it as if it's from Sophie. Well, this year, these crazy people took me here and there. You had a question?
Yes. Would you only do this with a puppy, or could you get a dog that was a couple years old and still have it sensitive enough to be trained?
I don't know. I guess you would need to talk to a dog trainer.
Yeah.
But when we started with Sophie, and do you want to tell why we chose a Bajan and stuff, honey?
Yeah, I didn't want a big dog, you know, to go into a restaurant or a plane. I couldn't imagine some of these people with dogs that go to dog shows, and they got these huge dogs, and they don't crate them. They take them on the plane with them. And I was going, no. I watched a couple people who had larger dogs, and it's just a hassle. You can't get up and down the aisles in the stores and that kind of stuff. And I wanted a lap dog. I wanted a dog to sit on my lap and watch television with me or listen to music with me. And so I told Brenda, I don't want a real tiny dog like she had the toy poodles. I wanted something a little bit bigger. And so Brenda started doing research, and we found that Bajans, which they didn't originate from Belgium, but the Spanish sailors.
Oh, I told her to come.
Oh, okay. Had picked them up, and then the Belgian people ended up using them for royalty. And so they're well known to be in circuses. They're easy to train. They're very attentive. They're not a dog that's known to get nasty and start nipping or biting. You noticed here lately she'll bark because something's a little bit different. But that's been pretty easy to work with her, to tell her to leave it. So we decided the only thing that's bad about a the Bichon is they're hard to housebreak. They're really, really tough. And they say that when you read about them, that's really hard. But you have to be consistent on your training. You know, it's when I go to take her out, I tell her, ring the bell. You know, we're going potty, and so she's got to ring the bells at the door so that we go to the bathroom. And the same thing now.
A true service dog learns to go to the bathroom on command. So she's learning to go to the bathroom on command.
Does she know to flush?
Yeah, I wish.
Yeah. If I say potty, she knows that I intend her to go potty. And now, when I was out here, she was interested in some other things, and I knew that she hadn't went number one. So then I just stood still and just wiggled the leash and tell her potty a few times. And then she went to the bathroom. She went potty. So there's many times that...
But what I want to insert is, this is the man who in the morning, okay, so this is the day. In the morning he couldn't get his underwear on, right? I'm so stupid, blankety blank, can't get my underwear on, you know? I mean, he's frustrated. Then that night we go to dog class. And he's there ahead of me. I was working, I get there, and Sophie's the smartest one in the class. So I'm taking pictures, and we leave, and he's like, he's so proud. He's like, I hope you got videos of that. He's like, she's so good. And then she jumps in the truck, he's singing to her. I'm like, you know, it's just, and then it's given us like a common project to work on in terms of something to do together. And again, here's a great reason for an early diagnosis, right? This is something for us to do together, something we're learning together. We're trying something different. Most service dogs are attached just to the other person. Well, we're trying to do a triad instead of a dyad, so that if he's not remembering the words, I can do the signs across the room, and that hopefully she will do them. So we're kind of trying something new, and would encourage other people living with dementia to consider this too. But what does she do for you, Mark, in that part?
Well, my anxiety has went from here down to way down here, and she just calms me right down when she's with me, and that's been a good thing for me. It's easier to stay focused on what I'm doing or remembering where I'm going. So I've really enjoyed having her. And one thing I wanted Brenda to be a part of in the training and do it too, because there's going to be a day when I won't be able to do that. And I see the progression happening with me, so eventually she'll have to take care of the dog, and it'll be a part of her life only on her own.
And then so when you talk about giving meaning and purpose, Sophie has definitely given us meaning and purpose.
Right.
And then now, what is the one regret you have about wish you would have done?
Well, anyway, we were with a group of people, and I said, they were sort of asked me, what do you regret having? You got to tote this dog here and tote that. And I said, the biggest regret I got is that if I'm so damn dumb, I should have known better. When I was 20 years old and going to college, I should have had this dog with me, because man, what a chick magnet. I don't have to ask a girl anything. They just come sucking right over on you.
Right. Oh, and he's like, oh, thank you. So that's the only regret. He wish he would have done it 40 years ago. Let's take a break, and I'm going to restart our PowerPoint regardless. If they got it fixed, great. If
one thing I wanted to make very clear with some of you, and I usually do it a little bit sooner, but several you come up and say, how well you're doing with this and adjusting to that. But I also want to tell you that I have a very, very strong faith. And I had it before I got sick, and I had it when I was very young. But I do believe very much so that when all this kind of come crashing down, it was just a light rain, because Christ was in my heart. And I've been able to adjust to different things that's happened. Now, I normally would snap back sometimes or whatever to some of the things that Brenda may would have wanted me to do or ask, or I'd be grumpy, but I'm not like that no more. And I have really laid back and took a thorough look at what's happening in my life to make sure that I protect my treasure that was given to me, because I know Christ gave me Brenda, and I knew that when I met her. And I just want you to know that many, many people who get into this situation with dementia rely on that faith to guide them through. It makes a big difference in being calm, and the teachings make you understand how to use grace with other people who had the same problem, and not make judgments on other people and other ways that they try to treat this. Is just take it easy, and you are concerned about you and who you associate with. And we've been very much blessed throughout the country and actually even in England, we have people we have Zoomed with and stuff. And it's just really nice to know, because I get on there and all of a sudden a guy from England says, "Oh, you're Mark Roberts." You know, they picked up on other things that we have been, and it's you come to find out that you have focused something that you have said that has helped them and made it easier for them to live with the disease. So
that's a perfect segue so I'm going to catch up with our PowerPoint presentation, make sure we cover the things in our last little bit of time here. And one of the things, so your segue is perfect for that, Mark, because, and I had a slide I thought in here that talked about, you know, we're just telling our story and our, you know, we kind of have a sixth sense of humor, so you'll see our humor in it. You know, we have our faith. We have our way of approaching how we built our house. We're just sharing what's worked for us and hope that it'll bring an idea off for your personal situation. But, you know, one of my favorite parts for me, or one of the most significant parts for me in our journey, was forgiveness. Now, what I don't like is when somebody tells me to do something, they don't tell me how to do it. Okay, like if Mark says something nasty to me and people say, well, don't take it personal, it's just the disease. And I want to say, well, I'd be glad not to take it personal if you would just tell me how to not take it personal. Okay, just don't tell me how. So I was getting to a point that, you know, when I moved back home and all this kind of stuff, and I was like needing to forgive Mark, and I needed to forgive him, me. Not necessarily that he needed my forgiveness, but I needed to forgive him to get past all the junk I was carrying with me.
No. So
our minister one Sunday talked about forgiveness in church, you know, that sermon you hear, and she'd given everybody a pebble. And, you know, at the end of if you have somebody you need to be giving up, bring the pebble up here and drop it in the ditch. So, you know, I'm like, all right. And the whole time I'm having an argument. I know I need to forgive him, but I don't want to. I know it's for me, but I still don't want to forgive. Okay, I don't. Finally I committed. I'm going to forgive him. I don't know how. I'm going to get over this, but I'm going to forgive him. So I went up with my little pebble in my hand, and how I visualized it was that the minister had to take one finger at a time to crank it open to get me to drop that stone in there, okay? That was, you know, it didn't really happen that way. I went up and put it down, but that's how reluctant I was to put it down. But what was amazing to me is after I made the conscious decision that that's what I was going to do, regardless if I wanted to do it or not, you know, that argument with that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to forgive him. And so I was like, hey, Nike's onto something. Just do it. Okay? Just do it. And so somehow that decision, it just started the healing process. And so sometimes just doing it, because I was reading all these books on forgiveness, and you need to do this, and I'm like, okay, I know I need to do it. How do I do it? And I made a decision, and somehow it happened. The other thing I wanted to say when I did this one is at that point in time, everything was about your loved one. Your loved one, Will. Your loved one. That's what they referred to people as. Like, he was not my loved one. He was my unloved one, right? They're not always our loved ones. They're doing stuff that seems unloving. And so I think it's important for people to know it's okay to not feel the love, right? Not feel the love all the time. I mean, and we all, it's always a talk. Like, oh, our loved ones. It's not that easy. It's a struggle sometimes. And we know that, right? We've connected a few people of the pain that's happening, and I don't always feel like I love him when he's that way. That's all right. Because if we're always referring to our loved ones, it makes it feel like, oh, everybody else loves their person except me. Well, that's not always the case. You know, Facebook does it. Becoming one of those people, that was one of my big fears, is becoming one of those people. And when I talk about those people, it's the people I've served all my life. It's those people who were financially strapped. You know, I can remember when I was 30 thinking the 60-year-old coming into my office who wasn't eligible for services. I can't remember, is it 60 or 65 they have to be eligible now? 60. Okay, they were 55 and they came in my office and they weren't eligible for services. They seemed old to me at the time, but you know, they weren't eligible because they had to be 60 years old. But they were, you know, in this financial situation because of a health crisis. You know, Mark's medication is pretty darn expensive. I mean, and I hate the donut hole, for those of you who know the donut hole, right? Everybody else likes donut holes, not me, you know, okay. I was afraid of becoming one of those people, and if you talk to my daughter Tracy, she said, that's why I brought my mom into our house, is because I knew my mom didn't want to be one of those people. And she tells me all the time, Mom, you're never going to have to be, because who were those people? It was those people that I would come home at night and say to Mark, if I hear one more person tell me they can't afford their food and their medicine, I'm going to scream. There are months that Mark's medication is what his Social Security payment is, okay? Life is not fair, but I'm thankful. So that transition time, I can remember it was Thanksgiving the year after Mark was diagnosed in August. It was the following year, Thanksgiving. And, you know, I kind of posted, you would think I was a big Facebook person as much as I've mentioned it, but I don't post that much. I would vlog, you know, that kind of stuff. And I posted, I'm back! I bet you didn't even know I was gone. Most people didn't know the struggle that was happening in our house. You know, we keep it a secret. And then it was Thanksgiving time, and I can remember the blog entry, and I said, but am I to be thankful? My husband, God says, and so I don't mean to turn this into a sermon, but this is kind of our belief system. It's like God says, be thankful in all circumstances. And I am supposed to be thankful that my husband has dementia? Really? And then I thought about, if you've ever read the book by Corrie ten Boom. Corrie ten Boom was a Holocaust survivor. And she had a sister named Betsy. And when they were in, if you know the story, when they were in the concentration camp, they would pray. Betsy was more like me, because she said to Corrie, because Corrie was thanking God for the fleas and the lice and that kind of, and Betsy, like me, was like, oh, why are you thanking God for fleas and ticks and why are you that? And she says, I don't know, but the Bible says in all things give thanks. And so I am. Well, later they learned that the guards weren't coming in and raping them because they had fleas, ticks, and lice. I think I'd rather have fleas, ticks, and lice. So, you know, so that was a lesson to me that you may not know why, in terms of, for me, coming to terms with the circumstances. And I decided, certainly my life, I mean, I'm coming out of that black hole of getting that diagnosis and that hard time and looking at what my future might hold as a couple. I decided, like, good grief, I've got a good life. It's nothing. Look at what the Holocaust survivors did. I mean, this is pales in comparison. And so I came to a place that I was actually thankful. And we have great friends, don't we? We have made friends all over this country. I was just telling these folks over here, we've been asked to speak in Colorado, and I've been wanting to take Mark out west. And so they were going to pay for our flight and stuff to come to this conference. So I'm like, I'm taking a week off. We're going to go take a vacation because we get in there really cheap. So I tell the lady, and the lady's like, well, gee, we have a guest house you can stay in. I'm like, we are going really cheap, you know? This is great. So we get to go to Colorado. I mean, so when you change, I mean, it's kind of like just do it. You know, once I decided that we're going to make the best life that we could, that's what we decided. So we moved towards happiness. Mark had told me these things, and for the sake of time, I'm just going to kind of run through them. Is, you know, what makes you, how did you move past feeling like giving up to being happy? I became positive and optimistic because Brenda and the girls didn't give up on me. It became a family joke and we could laugh about it. The grandkids all say, hey, Pa, where's that $50 you promised me? And he says, I'm not that bad yet, but keep trying, you know. Yes?
No, I was going to say, you could say, see Brenda.
Oh, yeah, see Brenda for it. She's right, I'm the one with all the money. Giving up my job because I couldn't remember how to do my job, although it was a very hard decision. Giving up my job because it made a big difference in my ability to manage my emotions. We decided the gun incident was a blessing in disguise, that it took us to the next place, because who knows what would have happened if that had not happened. So, you know, when you look back. This was my Let's Talk Turkey when on Thanksgiving. I was going to tell you. So this is, surprise, surprise, the daughter we live with. Look at her. You know, she's the you-know-what one. And this is the sweet one. Yeah. This is the one. It's so funny that when she was 16 years old, I thought, are we going to make it till she's 18? What will people think if I kick her out before she's 18? And she's the one we've moved in with. Funny. And then that was just us back then. And this is what we saw ourselves as you know, the grieving grandkids, and they were identifying all those things that you can see. Oh, we happen to have a ladder to this apple tree, but what's really fun is Mark puts the kids in the bucket of the tractor and lifts them up in the apple tree, and they pick all the apples and put them in the bucket, and then they come over to the picnic table and dump them, and we peel them and make apple pies. So our life is very much about that little piece of property. And then so the grandkids have a lot of history there, because you can see when they were younger here, you know, the Halloween party with the donut hanging from the ceiling, you got to try to eat it. And, you know, there's Dylan, isn't he just the cutest? So we had a lot of fun at that place. And then so this was our old house, you know, just your typical house. Talked about design. Oh, there's our piece of property. The barn came in handy. Oh, here's the shrine to the grandkids. See, their school colors were orange and black. They got each grandkid. I mean, it was like when people came to look at that house to buy, whoa, who painted this room orange? But hey, when you have grandkids, at least me, that's when I wanted our old house back. This is in the building stages. So this is our house. Brag a little bit. So this is going into our side of the house. Okay, now we've built what I consider a dementia-friendly house, but it's not decorated as dementia-friendly. Okay? That's kind of my goal before I retire, is to do the dementia-friendly decoration, because this is definitely not dementia-friendly decoration, right? That's definitely not. And so I have a friend who is a brain specialist, Dr. Weaverdick, and I'm showing her this, and I said, but these patterns don't seem to bother Mark, you know, because sometimes to some people it might look like, you know, different depth and stuff. And she's like, oh, but to the brain it's fatiguing. So you need to get rid of that. But I love all that color, you know, so I got to get rid of the rug. So we'll be working on that. So we have our own dining room. See, look at the bathroom. Is that cool? Look at this. You think this looks great, ladies? It's not. You can see every flaw. Be careful what you wish for. Okay. There's my home office. There's that big fat head there of the grandkids. I call this my closet kitchen. Okay, just a little teeny guy. Love it. Red's my favorite color. But when you have a closet kitchen and you have pantry like that, you only need a small kitchen. So there's the pantry. You'll find everything in that exact same spot if you come to our house in 10 years. Tracy's kitchen is a tad bit bigger than mine. How cool is that? The first year we moved in, I could not wait to cook Thanksgiving dinner in this kitchen. And I have to tell you guys, the cupboards all the way through that house, look at those cupboards. $350. It was the last they had. We bought them all. And we got, I mean, that must have saved us $10,000 in our house. Crazy. My daughter didn't know in the plan when we were working with the builder, I said to her, my daughter's going to, you know, she likes a whirlpool. She's going to need a private room if she's living with her mother. And so she's always like, oh, what was this on the plans? You know, I don't get, what is this? And so finally we had to fess up and tell her. So she's got her own little kind of whirlpool room. And then these are the boys, you know, teenage boys. That's their bedrooms. They have closets that are huge. You know, Mark knows better, but, you know, we didn't know. We're trying to guess, okay, what's an 8 by 10? Let's see, 1, 2, 3, you know, trying to figure out signs. So they ended up with these huge bedrooms. And this one's a little old, a couple years old, but this is what our life is like now at our house. Okay? It's not just two old people living together anymore. We got a swimming pool and a little swimming pool in the backyard. We have teenage boys at our house. Man, they can eat a lot of food. You know, that's the soccer team. And there's my youngest grandson. This is after hunting. Everybody's out hunting and coming in and eating. So it's a hangout. But what really turned out nice that I didn't realize at the time is our little side of the house. This gets to be too much for Mark. all that is too much commotion and is tiring. So he can go on the other side of the house and close the double doors. He can hear a little bit of the laughter and the enjoyment of his family. One or two of the kids can come over and watch MASH with him, visit with him, but he can be connected without having to be in all that busy activity. And we found really fun ways, because on Thanksgiving, for example, Mark needs to take long naps every afternoon. So, and who doesn't on Thanksgiving, right? So on Thanksgiving, he's in napping. We have a gingerbread contest, building contest, and the kids team up, even the dads, the teams of 2, and they build their gingerbread house while Pa's sleeping. Then when Pa gets up, he gets the numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, how many ever, and he goes and turns them face down. He's the judge. Okay, so he judges, and of course, Nana has cash prizes for the judges, or for the winners. And so he gets his nap, they build that, but the big is when he names the winners. So it's a perfect way in terms of Mark's included, but he can't do all that other stuff, and the grandkids are like waiting for Pa to get up to get that money. So we kept all the things we love, like these boys are out there learning all the time from Mark, okay? And so one of the things, well, I think I'll get to that, but I can't help it anyway. One of the things my daughter had a great idea to do is Mark has good days and bad days. And one of the things, how often do you start your emergency generator? Hopefully not very often, right? And it might even be a year or 2 before you do. So my son-in-law works 3rd shift, and when does your power go out? Usually at night, right? Doesn't happen when my son-in-law is getting out of bed in the afternoon. So Tracy was smart. She said, hey, Pa, why don't we on a good day videotape you on how do we start the emergency generator? And then when Brian's at work and Tracy has to do it, she can watch the video of Mark telling her step by step how to do it. Because if you woke him up at midnight, said the power's out, let's hook up the emergency generator, it's not going to work. But she can watch the video of her Pa showing her. So those are some fun ways. So here's Mark. I say a picture's worth 1,000 words, drinking his diet squirt out in the barn, sweating. You see all his tools, perfectly aligned. He's an orderly man. Okay, can't watch the video on the kids, but that's okay. Our little house, our friends, we have amazing friends. A lot of people say friends fall away, and I think we're starting to experience it a little bit, but more on our end because the timing's not always right for us. And so it's not that we're not in, I think we could call them anytime and we're invited, we're welcomed and all of that. But Mark is tired a lot. And we have grandkids that we do things with. And then this is just an amazing gentleman at our church who's just a great friend to Mark, and so we really feel we have. Mark sings in the choir at church. I think 4 or 5 people at church in the choir have dementia. I did one of our blogs about how this one guy is so helpful to Mark, and then lo and behold, a couple weeks later, he was saying he had been diagnosed with Alzheimer's. So, as I said, our soccer family. The next slide, my daughter talks about, we don't have it, we can't watch it, but she talks about Mark getting excited at soccer games and
being inappropriate.
Being inappropriate and how hard that was for her.
Kill the ref.
How hard that was for her sometimes. And so in her video, she says, my dad is open about it, so I just became open about it. I told the kids on the team, I've told the other parents, and she's done dementia education with all of them so that they know. And I have to tell you, these kids do not walk the other way when we are in Myers. They come up and they say, hello, Mr. Roberts. It's just amazing, phenomenal. And then I have to say our greater community has been amazing too. The local hardware, another guy that we know who has dementia, they said, oh yeah, he comes in and he buys something, but we know he's going to return it the next day. They don't care. He buys it, they return it. Mark showed up, didn't have enough money. We'll catch you when Brenda's with you. How great is that? And then the one when Mark can't do it anymore, but then the first year he used to do this delivering of certain things at Christmas time in the downtown area. And so the guy made him out a list and left sticker notes at all the places he was to go. They didn't count him out just because he was diagnosed with dementia. Mark ended up resigning on his own eventually. Mark, what's life like today? We didn't talk about your reading. So what do you do?
Well, we did a little bit.
You did? Okay. All right. Talking a little bit, you're a little bit more clumsy, balance, more forgetful. Oh, did we talk about the don't see things? Did you say that?
No.
Okay, talk about your vision.
Go back?
Yes.
Which one do you need?
They're just reading.
Oh, reading.
Okay. Okay, he says you feel more clumsy. Like you spilled coffee all over,
Yeah.
frequently have stuff down the front. Your balance is off a little bit. Try not to get too involved around the house because I get grumpy about it. I get information mixed up.
Right.
Less energy, motivation, need sleep, but not want to take naps. Oh, and what we've done is a few things we want to talk about sleep was, you know, there's studies about everything now. We learn before they're studied again, and you know if they're really any good or not. But one of the things that we've tried, because Mark has struggled with sleep, and it doesn't seem to have any rhyme or reason. You know, he can sleep all day, sometimes sleep all day, and sleep all night, and sleep all day, and you know, but then he hits a night he can't sleep. And so trying to get him a little bit, you know, more leveled out, we have gone to a pair of glasses that blocks out the blue light. Who was the Red Wings fan in here? Okay, the nutritionist and person who works with Red Wings said that they asked them to wear these, or they asked them, don't be on your cell phone, your computers after such and such a time. He says, well, young people aren't going to do that, so we tell them to wear these glasses that block out the blue light, because blue light does something to your ability to sleep or produce melatonin or something. And so they ask him to do that. So I'm like, so Mark, after supper, puts these glasses on, and because he's on electronic devices a lot. And so I thought, well, maybe this will help. Not going to hurt. So he feels like it's made a difference. Mm-hmm. The other thing that I'm going to try, because a lot of people with dementia get their sleep patterns mixed up, you know, gets their circadian rhythm off. And so Mark struggles in the fall and the winter with some depression. So I thought, well, I'm going to try that bright light for seasonal disorder and put it by his chair where he gets up and usually sits for a couple hours in the morning, and put it on a timer. And right now he doesn't need it, but as fall rolls around, see if that helps him with his energy in the morning. Let that shut down at noon, have normal lighting until noon, and then do the blue glasses after that. And then if he gets up at night, I try to tell him to remember, if he can, to put his blue glasses on, because he's on his phone, his Kindle, his TV, that kind of stuff. So see if that helps with his sleeping time. And we seem to be doing pretty good. Yes?
Why don't you want to take naps?
He doesn't want to take naps.
I know, why?
Because he wants to do things.
Oh, okay.
He's, you know, I don't want to go, I want to do, right, going to miss the fun. Yes, did you have a question?
Anybody experiencing vision changes? My husband's been complaining that things look darker.
Yes.
He's got to have all the lights on everywhere.
Yes. In fact, this particular lady, Agnes Houston, and we'll get into vision. We're going to talk about vision changes. So we'll speed up here a little bit on this stuff. But this video, if we could see of Agnes Houston, you can Google her, and it's on YouTube. And she talks about how her vision started to change. And she went to the eye doctor, and the eye doctor said, your vision is fine. Okay? And then she went to her hairdresser, and she said, clearly my bangs are in my eyes because I'm not seeing well. And then she starts talking with her other friends who are living with dementia, And they termed it brain blindness, that, because that's what they said. And then the other thing, when I work with Teepa Snow, what she has said too is like, so Mark goes to the doctor and he gets that peripheral vision test, and that it can be perfect because it's in that closed room, see it, yup. But when you're in this and you're taking in so much data that your vision, your brain is shutting down what it can't deal with, okay? And so as we age, our vision comes in anyway, all right? So we lose some of our peripheral vision. And so with a person, in our peripheral vision is our safety vision. So when you're talking about driving and taking in all that data, my brain's taking in my peripheral vision is probably going to pull in some. And so this is all Teepa Snow information that I've learned from Teepa. And so what she likes to do is go like this. As we're aging, we lose our peripheral vision, and so she calls this scuba vision. And so people with dementia lose even more peripheral vision. And so typically when a person is diagnosed with dementia, their vision's about like this. So their peripheral vision. But then they move into binocular vision. So do this. All right? A lot different. I want you to stand up with that partner that you had earlier today. And what I would like you to do is just, Mark, come here, honey. So just one of you be the person with dementia and put your binoculars on. The other person is the care partner, and I want you to okay. Then I want the care partner, put your goggles on, Mark. Your care partner, I want you to lean in and smile, goggles. Lean in and smile and see how that feels. Okay. Person with dementia, how does that feel? Focused? Was a little like get out of my face? Okay, so if we are caring for somebody living with dementia, they have vision like this. Okay, all right. Let me see what I got here, and I might just skip our slides. Okay. So a person with dementia. All right. What I want you to do too. Here's something else I want. The person with dementia, I want you to close your eyes. I want you to put your hands behind your back. Care partner, I want you to do to your person what I do to my person. Person with dementia, close your eyes and do not open them. Close your eyes there. Care partner. All righty.
This is her, not me.
Okay, and then this. Go ahead, do it. Come on there. All right. So, person living with dementia, how was that for you?
A little invading by a stranger.
Oh, a little invading by a stranger. Mark probably liked it because it was me. Okay.
Made me smile.
Okay. So if you were...
You don't know what's coming.
You didn't know what was coming. It was feeling weird, right? Okay, now touch yourself in those same places. No big deal, right? Why is that?
Because we know what we're doing.
We know what we're doing. We know what's coming. All right? And some respect there. There's a way that we can help a person both send and receive that information. And that way is called hand under hand. And I'm going to show you hand under hand. A person living with dementia typically, there's so much to this, I'd love to explain it all, but typically likes pressure. Have you ever shaken someone's hand living with dementia and they squeeze it? Oh. So what you're going to do is you're going to go from the handshake to here. Okay?
You're right.
You got it completely right. All right? And then what I'm going to do is then in this hand under hand, I will role model for you guys. We said people get less out of what they hear and more out of what they see. And so what I'm going to do in hand under hand is I'm going to go like this to Mark. And maybe, sometimes, because what if somebody, like, you're eating and they go, what are you going to do? You're going to be like, oh. Or if they go like this, you're going, I got a booger hanging out, that kind of thing. So sometimes it's enough that they automatically start their reach. But if it's not enough, I go like this, and then I point to them, but I never say a word. And then, okay? Then like that. And then I go like, oh. Okay? And point to them. And then do it. And then I'm like, And sometimes that's enough. And if not, you go like that. So with hand under hand, they're both sending and receiving. It's the difference between doing to someone and doing with someone. Now for me, the most revolutionizing thing with hand under hand was the transformation from feeding someone to helping someone eat. Feeding someone versus helping someone to eat is very different. I fed people all my life. My mom had MS, could not feed herself, so we fed her, and we fed her like this. Right? Hand under hand, spoon in my hand, his hand here. Trust me, he's done this motion 1,000,000 times in his life. When I'm doing this, how does he know to open his mouth? Especially if he's got binoculars on, right? If I don't bring it up in the binocular vision, which looks like I'm going to poke him in the eye, how does he know food is coming? Where if we do it like this, okay, and I got my hand here, and I'm scooping midline, scoop, bring it up, he's going to, 9 times out of 10, open his mouth. If he pockets his food, some people pocket their food a bit, then I don't put any on there. I do a new, and we sometimes automatically swallow. Okay, so don't put more in there. All right, so you've done this. So hand under hand, a simple little thing. Combing your hair, anything. The starting to get, undressed. You might not be able to do hand under hand where you totally take their pants off them to give them a shower. But Mark, put your binoculars on. And people in later stages of dementia, if you hear them talk, sometimes they talk and it sounds like maybe all vowels, but that's also how they hear. Apparently we tend to retain our vowels, but have a hard time with consonants. Consonants are fast and quick, and so the ability to hear those are lost as we age, and especially with dementia, where vowels tend to be longer. And so, with Mark, so if the hearing and they lose every 4th word, I'm going to try to talk like I'm not using consonants. And Mark, if I nod and stuff, do what you think you would do, okay? So, it's not right. I'm not. No, I hit you like you did last night, right? No, I'm not gonna hit you. Yeah, I take your hands off, okay? Okay. 1, 2, 3. Okay? And what might happen when I start doing this? Oh, yeah! Exactly. Okay. It's okay for him to do that to me because he has a license to do it. But if he was in a care home, they would probably label him sexually inappropriate. But what did he do? He followed all that stuff we talked about earlier, right? That body language. I said, hey, Mark, it's Tuesday. It's shower day. You're not going to hit me like you did last time, are you? No. Okay, are you ready for me to take your pants off? Yes. Okay, and then I took his pants off. So my reaction, I could have predicted from Mark would be arms around, but he could say, wait a minute, I'm a married man, get away from me. And then I'm writing down, he's aggressive. or he's sexually inappropriate. Every time a staff person in a facility, when I do training, I say, if you're writing those things down, staff need training. Because it's my approach to him and why I'm getting that behavior back. So one of the things that we talk about is a positive physical approach. And so with binoculars on, put your binoculars on, Mark, what we typically suggest is that you start about 6 feet away. And the lady who is just here, I tried it on her. I'm always trying it when I can. So you want to start about 6 feet away and you want a full frontal. Okay, and this should be in your handouts. Your full frontal, because at this point in time, they can see me, that distance. And also remember with the binoculars that Mark's standing up pretty straight. He's a tall guy. But if I were the person with dementia, where would I be looking? What do I see? And so, right, so Mark, be a little hunched over, like if you were older. And okay, so he's not really looking directly at me. So I might knock, which may or may not get him up. Mark, hi. Are you too far down? Okay, so hand by face. Full frontal, 6 feet away, hand by face. Not this, okay? Hand by face. He sees my hand. I extend it. Just like this way, we've done this so many times in our life that chances are he's going to reach out. This giving me permission to come in, okay? So he's given permission to come into his personal space, permission to touch him. So then I'm going to go from my handshake into my hand under hand and to his side. So I'm on a more supportive stance than if I came into him in that binocular vision, that attacking him visually vision. So in our approach, so you're coming to the side, I'm going to keep my face at him. Remember our body language, I'm going to smile. And for some reason, we like joints. Oh, I love joints. Oh, no, wrong kind. We like touch and joint. It's legal now. Apparently, we like being touched in our joints more than the flabby parts, and we have plenty of those as we age. So in a joint to touch. Okay. And sometimes I can go into double hand under hand. For example, if I do have a super friendly person or an extrovert person like me, I always want a hug from somebody, and some people don't want a hug. So if they have both my hands, they're not getting a hug from me, right? And this also then serves as my guide. And when I talked about music and movement, and sometimes people need a help starting, and so you can sing, you can hum, you can just start swaying, and then get the person to jump start. You're supposed to walk with me. And walk. And then this serves as my rudder. Come on back so far. Okay. I can get Mark to look down by bringing his arms down. Okay. Let's look at sitting down. How do we typically help somebody sit down? Somebody needs help sitting down here? Okay. Push them. Yeah. Like, sit down, Dad. Sit down. Okay. And they can't see behind, and it feels like, oh, see? All right. Versus the, double hand under hand. Am I right? Okay. Or a hand behind here. Okay. And then take the hand, drop it down. Look at what happens when I drop his hand down. I didn't even tell him to do it. Starts to bend over. I squat, and he goes down. And it doesn't feel like he's falling. All those sorts of things. And then the same thing to come back up. Hand under hand. Yes?
Can you say again why you're standing off to the side? Because I've been in a class where they say you want to be, because of the binoculars, you want to greet them right, out their face, smile, and be in their warm attention space.
Okay, right. Now for me, for this approach, is I'm saying I am But this way, he has my full visual regard more. I'm not totally in his face. Okay, so he can see me. Like this lady who was just here who left, who seems to be a little further along in the dementia. So when I saw her, and she was already pretty close, so I just did this. So I did hi, and I did this. I didn't do it down here where she's not going to see me because of her binocular vision. So I did it up here by my face, and I reached out to her, and she reached out and took my hand, and I went into hand under hand.
So that's when you want to be about 6 feet from them.
Right, then they get full. When you get closer, then you want to be on the side, but you want your face looking at them and smiling.
Okay, so when you're in close, go off to the side, face over there.
Right, so just be cognizant of the fact that,
All of this is too much close?
well, no, they don't see all of that. I mean, and sometimes all I see is a pair of feet.
Okay.
Okay, what is it, if we can just be more attuned to, what is it that they are seeing? Whether they're sitting, so just knowing this and thinking, when I approach my mother and she's sitting there, what does she see? She sees some feet coming at me. And do I recognize feet? Heck, I hardly recognize my daughter. How am I going to recognize that feet are part of a person that's part of my daughter that's blah, blah, blah. So, you know, coming down at their level and trying, you know, always trying to figure out ways, you know, does it require a stool by her chair? Does it, you know, those kinds of things. The other thing that you do is you come in on their preferred side or their dominant side, and that we just naturally feel more comfortable on our preferred and dominant side. Even, I mean, in a sitting down, I mean, when we talk about positive physical approach in assisted living, we talk about it, using it with our staff too. And that when we're going to have, go ahead and sit down, a discussion, we're going to sit side by side, maybe shoulder by shoulder, rather than if I'm your supervisor, what's this say?
You're a supervisor.
Right. And so I tend to, this doesn't come natural for me because I am an extrovert, and I'm in your face, and I'm ready for a hug, and my daughter says, do you not know people's personal space, Mom? And so it is so funny because I try this at soccer games. I try to stand at an angle to talk to people. Introverts love it. Extroverts, we end up going in a circle because it's true. It is true. Because they're trying to get face to face with me. And I'm trying to keep that. I'm trying to practice my positive physical approach. And around I go. It's so true. Okay, let's see what else is there. But just little interesting things that can really make a difference. So on your handouts it says stop about 6 feet away, open hand near your face, greet and call by name, move 3 feet in, go into hand under hand, and move towards the right side or the dominant side. Because so we have our public, which is our visual. So we want them to see us first. Okay, because remember that amygdala is shooting off a lot faster. Don't want any surprises. We want them to see us first, and then the personal is where we're talking. We're 3 feet away, and then the intimate is within the touching area. And we tried it. I like this. If you have dementia, which stance would you like people to use? The positive, right? The supportive stance rather than the confrontational stance. Do we always know who around us has dementia? We don't, do we? We didn't know in this picture who had dementia and who didn't have dementia. And so we should consider using the supportive stance with whom? Everybody. It's so funny, the greeters at our church come to our training. You come to our church now, it's, hi! Not quite so obvious, but they get it, you know. All right, the later stages of dementia, you're going to have monocular vision. Okay, so you can't, too much data, brain's changing, too much data to take in. What I'd like you to take is a little piece of paper, and everybody stand up and put that little piece of paper on the floor. Now I want you, slowly, slow-mo, okay? Slowly do this, but do not fall over. If you feel like you're falling over, stop. But that piece of paper, put your monocular on, close one eye, point to that piece of paper with your finger, and very, very, very slowly bend over, slow, you shouldn't be there yet, slowly, 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 bend over, keep pointing at that paper, bend over, and then pick it up. Okay. Okay. All right, so how was that for you? Got dizzy. Yeah. You really have to concentrate. Okay? So with the monocular vision, they're starting to lose. Did it feel like it was depth perception was off? You're starting to lose your depth perception on, where that actually is at. Okay? Yep. And you see people lots of times, they're walking like this, aren't they? And then they see that thing on the floor, and that's what happens. And that's the monocular vision. The other thing is with the binocular vision, you're all sitting at your tables, put your binoculars back on. And why might I eat my dessert first? Okay, when I'm sitting at the table, why might I eat my dessert first? Because that's usually sitting over here, and I see it. Or, Mom, why are you picking off that plate over there? You have a plate in front of you. It's what do I see? Okay, so look at those kinds of things. Okay, so then we talked about some compensatory strategies for Mark, some things that he does. I don't know that we talked about all these. I don't think we talked about any of them. Do you want to talk, honey, or you want me to talk? Mark uses a lot of technology.
Yeah, I use my phone a great deal. In fact, I use this probably more than anything else. But I do I don't watch television, the news on that. I have several different icons that I go to read the news and our local news and that kind. So I like doing it on this. And then I play games on this. Solitaire is probably my favorite, and that's what I play on this to pass time. And communication with family members and stuff, sending messages, and family members talk to them on this. I use Facebook. I'll use this more than I will my Kindle, and I do send messages to
but
family
you don't
members.
Type it.
No, I
You
don't type it. It's all by speech. I have a hard time remembering how to spell, so it's much easier to do it that way and then read it and then proceed to send it. I have all my alarms if I'm having trouble remembering to take a shot a certain time or I've got to remember that like tonight when I go home, well, okay, make sure you take your medication. I may put an alarm on that. They'll bring me to an alert at a certain time that I know we'd be home. And I also use Alexa for alarms. I like my Alexa. I can talk to it, and it drives the rest of the family nuts when I want to listen to music. I just turn it all way loud, Start having. They think they're smart and they can make windows rattle. Well, I can make it rattle too, So, and the list for shopping, and I may do some like directions off Alexa also, ask them. And I also use GPS, and there's been a couple times that I went somewhere, and then all of a sudden I couldn't remember how to get out of there. But once I went to a campground, it was a church campground, and I worked all day there. We were getting ready for the spring camping, and when I went out to the road, I was like, oh, wait a minute, do I do right or left? I can't remember how I get back to 46. So I did Google it, and both ways would have got me there, but I took the route that I came in. So sometimes that helps. And well, my smartwatch, now I like, that helps me a lot because sometimes I don't hear this. It might be in my back pocket and you're driving along, and I can look at the message that's being sent to me on my watch, and it doesn't take distraction from me from the road driving or anything. And then I don't send the message then. A lot of times, even when I didn't know I had this, even when I was working and traveling, getting parts and had to come to Lansing, or I had to go to Grand Rapids for different stuff, I never answered the phone when I was driving. I'd pull over and answer the phone. And so that's been a lesson I taught myself. I just don't trust myself driving and then try to talk to somebody. Like if she had called me or something, I'd wait till I got to a stop sign or where I could pull into a parking lot. I like my Kindle. I can do movies on that. I can do research on that. It's simpler for me to do research on the Kindle than it is the computer anymore, because all that stuff just doesn't work mentally with me anymore. Before I would rather use the computer. Now it's like, nah, I can tell the Kindle what I want if I'm kind of messed up, and it'll take me to the spot I need to do, and then tell it where I want to research or what I'm interested in.
I think Mark uses so much technology because we live with our kids and grandkids. Because if he has a problem with technology, he's got lots of people to help him, right? Where if you're having a problem, you turn to the same person all the time, repeatedly having that problem. They get tired of it. But we're always turning to the grandkids for help.
And now I went to a new thing now with, and I have 4 headsets. I was like, this is ridiculous. So we finally got one. My daughter got one that she uses, and because I couldn't hear people on Zoom very well on the computer, and especially when some people were speaking, and the computer doesn't pick up the mic very well, your voice. I don't know if any of you have had that. So now I went to a headset, and then I got my microphone right there that I can talk with them back and forth. So. And
Okay.
it's hooked. I got a hook to this. And
All right, so what are the things you like to do now? What's life like?
now the MASH thing, I don't know why. I watch that over, and she got me the set, and I just watch it over and over. But it's real relaxing to me. And one thing I noticed when this was all creeping up on me, this dementia thing, I didn't laugh anymore. I didn't find anything funny. And I used to always laugh and make jokes and have good time and stuff with everybody. But I just, I even when they hadn't diagnosed me, I would tell Brenda, geez, I just don't laugh anymore. I nothing.
Well, you say you feel kind of flat. You don't feel real happy, you don't feel real sad.
Yeah. And so I always took time out after dinner, because it was with MASH, to watch that. And so now she's got me the whole set. So I think I'm on my 6th time going through all that. So
At least.
Go ahead.
Is it maybe because it's familiar that you're watching it?
Probably, it could be. And I think I like the dry humor that they have with it.
Was it something you liked before?
Yeah.
Okay.
So
but
I
not
did
like he likes it now. Like, we'll be doing something, and he's like, I could be watching that. I'm like, really? I mean, not the, and so that one is kind of a dumbfounder to me, is that he likes to watch it over and over and over and over. I mean, he'd watch it 24/7. Our other programs, when Mark talks about the news, we found news was extremely distressing to Mark, and it was a contributing factor to why we gave up cable TV, because he watched the news and people yelled at each other, and oh my gosh, they do that all the time, and it was very distressing, and Mark would get that feeling too. And then the programs that we like to watch, like we watch Netflix movies and stuff, I see, like, again, the whole how you feel sort of thing. Mark does not want to watch sad movies or movies that would be social injustice, those kinds of things. Like storylines,
right,
and that sort of thing. Somebody had a question?
Yes, did you find it difficult to learn the new technology?
Not really, because it was turn it on, go to if I go to McDonald's and I want their Wi-Fi, I know I turn it on, I go to set, it brings up, I just scroll and it brings up for McDonald's, and I touch it and then I connect. That's real simple. Some of the other technologies aren't that simple. You've got to go through different steps or a different program. I didn't have to remember some page that I had to read to get into something.
And so when you say somebody learning, so see, he learned to do that at McDonald's recently. Sure. Sure.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And of course,
Can I tell a funny story on you that I think is funny? That
well, depends. You want to walk home?
Okay, so when you talk about technology, that in like, you know, Mark's looking great today. Whoa, he's good. But one day he was using Siri. Do you know Siri talks back to you, right? I mean, he uses everything. He doesn't type anything, so it's all the technology that you talk to. And he asked Siri a question, and he didn't get the answer he wanted, and so he called Siri a bad name, and she talks back. And he got pissed off at Siri. And he threw her across the room and broke her. And she doesn't need to talk to me like that, okay? She doesn't, but I mean, you know, it was just a machine. So, you know, so there's some of the, you know, the seems okay kind of thing.
Yeah. I listen to a lot of the different music and stuff that provides on Alexa and on the phone. Also, I watch stuff with YouTube on the phone. I may want to watch somebody fishing in Alaska or something. So I'll go to. I don't have to. I just tell it, and it does it for me. So again, and I've always been fascinated with the weather and always want to know that. Go ahead.
I just want to interject. My husband, he loves to do research on the computer. He doesn't like smartphones. He'll use his flip phone. Only an emergency thing. But he does not like to read anything on the screen. He prefers to print it out and staple it together and sit and read it.
I'll be darned.
Hard copy.
Right.
And the other thing he's having difficulty with is getting into like the banking and.
Oh, yeah.
Keep saying.
He gave that up a long time ago.
He has to keep redoing his password.
Right.
I don't have that problem.
Yeah, Mark doesn't gave that stuff up a long time ago. Talk about M-Perks. Myers, gas station.
Oh yeah, and
How nice they were to you.
a lady kept asking me, you know, you have M-Perks. She likes iced tea all the time from there. So if I'm around there, I'll pull in and get her an iced tea. Well, the lady says, well, you keep getting, don't you have in-perks? We have a way you can, get a free tea out of this. And I said, well, I can't remember all the numbers and stuff I have to do because I have dementia. And I said, so I just soon pay the $1.05 and walk out that I did something nice, not frustrated and ready to throw the tea at the truck, So anyways, so Brenda come in there and they asked for the information for in-perks. And so they have the number right there that they punch in for me and then gives me credit for
Not
for
just
buying a tea.
one staff person.
No,
but they all do it.
Yeah,
They
they're all
talk to
very
each
nice.
other. And Mark shows
Yeah.
up and they know his number and they enter it in. And so when it says, do I want my free tea, when I go in, I always hit no because I know he likes to get the free tea. So I'm like, wow, I got you tea and it was free. So,
Yeah.
I mean, that's what I mean. The people are just so nice if you tell them. Yes.
The other thing with technology is my husband had an incident the other day where he was out, he wanted to stop to get something to eat. And he went, I don't know which place it was, maybe it was McDonald's, but he went in and you can't order at the counter anymore.
Right.
The kiosk, and he couldn't figure out what to do, so somebody came out and said, you need help? And he goes, no, I can't order at the counter anymore. And the guy said, no. So he says, okay, so he just turned around and walked out.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a bad thing. And see, I would have told them, and that's the difference with me, is when I went back to McDonald's and they had the kiosk there, I says, forget it. I said, I have dementia. I don't want to use something that's going to confuse me because I was watching them paging through stuff. It's simple if you got your brain together, but
He went off on that.
yeah. And so now when I walk in, doesn't matter the local one or if it's one like we traveled down here, I just walk up to the counter. And if they say anything to me, I just tell them I have dementia, I can't operate that apparatus.
Okay, we're going to flip through some of these quick. So then I just identified some of the challenges that I feel like I have. I think probably one of the biggest ones is transitioning, and I hate the term, but equal partners to something different. I'm the person you always talk to about things, and we still talk, but ultimately I have to make the decision, and so that decision rests on my shoulders. Kind of being a limit setter. I don't like having to be a limit setter, but I've learned that the limitations I set or try to manage today might not be needed tomorrow, or they might not be needed in the morning, and they might be needed in the afternoon. I mean, he might be able to do things better this time than that time.
And one thing that they pick up, I'm sorry to interrupt, but one thing that I've learned, and my daughters do it and she does, they can look at me and they say, oh, we can see it. You need to lay down. So I never argue. When they tell me now, they see it. Oh, I do.
I know.
So.
Another challenge is the idea of full inclusion for me. And especially as the disease progresses or the condition progresses, and a good example is that we needed a new lawnmower, and there was some issues going on at the time, and he didn't agree, but yet we have all the kids who want something different, and he had bought something that they couldn't use, and so how do we get rid of that one and get something new? And it's $10,000 at a nursing home, and so let's just give it to him for Father's Day. There we go. That's cut him out of the picture. Don't consult him. Just give it to him as a gift for Father's Day. And so we're getting better at this in terms of how to include Mark in decisions and processes. For example, a good example is, so trying to include him at whatever level he's at. And for example, he's better at any repairs than anybody in that house, okay, or at least knows, but to do them actually is a different story. And we did one really cool one. We've done plenty we've screwed up, but there's an addition on the house of my office, and it didn't have good insulation underneath, and so Mark wanted it done a certain way. So what we talked about it ahead of time, that seems to be key, talk and plan ahead, worked it out so the kids knew, set a time, because like Mark's time and our time sometimes different. You know how we get when we want it done when we want it done, but kids are working. So the boys, my son-in-law and our teenage boys, went under the house and were doing that work. Mark was out here doing this work. Tracy was in the middle. And like Mark said, we can tell across here. So the boys would say, I need this, that, or the other thing. Well, Mark's not going to get all that information when they're under there and he's trying to get this. They'd tell Tracy. Tracy would turn to Mark and say it was like having a translator. Say in step fashion, okay, they need this, or now what about this? And then he would tell Tracy, who knows him well enough, and then she would tell the boys. Okay? So then it ended up those boys learned how to do it the right way. Mark didn't get frustrated. It was an enjoyable job. And he was included but didn't have to do. And so, you know, like I said, more often than not, we're not very good at that, but we're trying all the time and learning new ways. So strategies that we've learned to do in terms of living well with dementia is, you know, for us, counseling was very important. Routine is extremely important too. Routine within reason, like we have a routine, and we both have gotten to where we like it, right? Mark has pretty much a morning routine. We definitely have an evening routine. Sleep can't be emphasized enough. I tell people living with or in assisted living when I go out and do trainings. When I started working in assisted living, I'm like, oh, I love it here. There's so many activities. Because what am I? An extrovert. I want all that. And, you know, and they're going to get you down there. I say, I'm so afraid that Mark's going to come and live with you, and you're going to want him down there and all those activities, and Mark's going to want to be there. But then he's going to be so tired that then you're going to get behaviors. And then you're going to give him medication, okay? He can only do a little bit, so just give him a little bit. So that, you know, sleep is really important to manage. I preset Mark's pills and leave them in a conspicuous place. Reduce clutter, keep the clutter down to, you know, as little as possible. Try to keep what he needs in his space, in visual. Give choices. I've learned, don't say, well, where do you want to go for dinner? That's too big of a choice. Oh my, could do. Oh, that's open, that's not, that's a drive, there's so much thought process. So it's so much better if I say, you want Mexican or Chinese tonight? Oh, Mexican sounds good. Well, we don't have any choices in Elma, so it's not very hard, but, you know. Mexican or Chinese? Mexican sounds good. Do you want this place or that place? Okay, so no more than 2 decisions really at a time. And I was thinking when I looked at him, it's funny, we didn't watch the one video of my grandson who says, well, I just kind of watch Pa. I call myself his right brain. Because, you know, we'll go to the restaurant, Pa will leave his hat or his phone or his this or his that. And it's funny because Mark used to like those cargo pants with the pockets in the side. He doesn't like those anymore because there's too many pockets to check. You know, like, where did I put those? Because I'm still buying them for him. And then he's like, I don't like these. I can't find my stuff. Like, oh, okay. Funny how we just keep doing the same. Yes?
Is it possible to tell what's happening to you when you're by yourself? I live by myself.
Uh-huh. Yes. I can tell when things are much different. And I can tell when there are changes. And
without somebody else telling you.
Right.
We have, in fact, right now in our Tuesday group, what do we have, 3 people who all have dementia who live alone and recognize it themselves. But it's all different with different people. Huh?
Right. Huh?
really what I need to do a better job of this is reduce the amount of clothes in Mark's closet. It's okay with me, because I could have more room, but no. But he can, like with blue jeans, anything matches, right? But Sunday, picking out church clothes, he wants help picking out clothes to match. It seems to be, it's getting to be a little bit more difficult. Simple things that I still do, don't talk to Mark when I'm in the other room. He just doesn't, it's hard enough when I'm here, let alone I go in the other room or when I have my back to him. And we all know don't talk to our husbands when the TV is on. That should be a no-brainer, but still, if it's something I need to talk to him about, if MASH is on, I don't talk to him. It's either it has to be on or any other distraction. He's just too easily distracted and can't pay attention. Mark already talked that his faith is a strategy for of course, building our house was one of our strategies. We're so proud that we're now a 4-generation household. On our picture again, we did this one. Another thing, and this is usually the first thing people talk about in relationship to dementia, is planning ahead. We've always been planner aheaders. We already had power of attorney. We already had a healthcare advocate. And we already had those things in place. But was it different when we went in. We went in not too long after Mark was diagnosed to have the papers rechanged, because at first I was his was mine, vice versa. Well, then now, clearly, he's not going to be able to handle the finances. I've done the money for a long time. So who's going to make those decisions? All of a sudden, it was like not imaginary. It was like, oh, wow, this is real. This is us. So it did have a different, even though we had it in advance. And I've learned a lot through the process. And one thing I will share is the Social Security office does not recognize power of attorney. You have to have, so if you have to get something from the Social Security office on behalf of your person, you need to be their authorized representative or representative payee. And so I just tell people that because most people don't know it, and then it saves you a hassle. Go ahead and do that ahead of time. So when Mark got his, I knew that, so when Mark got his Social Security, I just automatically set up as his rep payee.
Is that a form that they have?
Yeah. Oh yes, are you kidding me? It's the government.
What's the name of it?
It's a representative payee. And then the person can just sign it and you can be their rep payee. And of course, I won't go into competency or not, because when you send it in, the Social Security office is probably not going to ask if the person's competent. So that's up to you.
And what does that do for you? They do what?
Well, if there was anything, if I changed the, he has direct deposit, if I wanted to change the direct deposit, or I had a question, the check didn't come through, or, anything that might be related to Social Security.
Require his signature.
Right, anything, or even a question. How they say, well, get that person on the phone. I can now do any of that. And I just advise you to do with all your insurance papers, and I just have put that in place with everything, because typically they just say put him on the phone. I've just done it with Medicare. I've sent in the stuff with Medicare, so I don't have that hassle every time, because when you're calling is when you've got an issue.
Yeah,
So
I'm
if you
watching
can't do it-
MASH, and I got to get up on the phone and tell them, yeah, I'm Mark Ryder.
Yeah, right,
Go ahead and
right.
do this.
And what I always say is, as long as it's a guy's voice, how do they know it's really?
Exactly. I just go, I know, exactly. No. For the rep payee is at the Social Security office or at ssa.gov. Okay. But it's always, it's a pain, but it's better to do it in advance, Your healthcare advocate, I've learned from experience with others, sometimes we think it always has to be family members, but really, really, really think about the person you're asking to be your healthcare advocate. Can they do the decisions that you want made? Is that going to be a burden to them emotionally? Is it a good person for you? And, for us, Mark has some very defined interests or defined end-of-life wishes, which I don't agree with, by the way. And so I started out with, Okay, go ahead and tell me because you're going to be out of it anyway. I'll just decide what I want to decide. That was my early thought, but the doctor doesn't like to hear that. But I've come around, I've come around to, okay, this is not about me. This is about him and what he wants. And since I don't agree with what he wants, I said, I want you to go talk to our pastor, I want you to talk to the doctor, and I want you to talk to the attorney. And then if that's what you want, then you can come back and talk to me and see what I think about it. And if you care about my feelings at all, and then go from there. And so that it's a well thought out decision. So I went from it was all about me to I will honor his wishes. Mark has already chosen to sign a do not resuscitate order. I know that's pretty controversial too, but if he keeled over of a massive heart attack right now, he says what a great way to go. And even without dementia, I'm the same way. If I drop over dead, how great is that? Versus a long illness of some sort, some way. So he's already decided that. Advanced care planning is not just end of life. I mean, advanced care planning, what I tell people all the time is don't just tell your family members where you'd like to live. Like if I have to go to or don't ever put me in a nursing home, but if I have to go to a nursing home, I want to go to ABC. Well, chances are you're going to be in the hospital when you're going to go to the nursing home, and then they're going to discharge you, and ABC doesn't have an opening, but XYZ does. I would, as the daughter, rather know that I would rather be caught dead in, than go to XYZ. Okay, so there's XYZ and HIJ, so I'm going to take HIJ. All right, so I think you're preferred, and you don't let me go there. Now take that to another step. What kid would you want taking care of you? What kid would you not want taking care of you? Okay. All that. What memory care place would you go to and which wouldn't you go to? So we went to an assisted living community near our house. Even though we live together but we are under no thought process, I think, we haven't talked about it in a long time, that if I died that the kids would be the ones that would have to take care of Mark. I think, in fact, his preference would be to die along with me, but is to go to an assisted living. We could go to an assisted living for a while, but assisted living is all private pay. Medicare and Medicaid does not pay. And I say that in generally, Medicaid, there's a very few programs like the My Choice Waiver program, but so then you have to select from certain homes and all that sort of thing. So by and large, but Medicare, no assisted living, zero zilch. So assisted living is private pay. So if I die and he collects my insurance, he can go to assisted living for a while. And so we went. Do you want to talk about the experience of going and seeing it, how kids felt?
No, you go ahead.
Okay. So I thought nothing of it because I've been in the business all my life, and so I'm thinking, okay, there's this new assisted living community that looks like it's going to be really cool. I know the person who's the owner. I think she's going to do a good job. And but I said, let's go check it out and let's just watch it. Because we don't need it yet. We might not need it for years. But let's just watch it and see if it is what I think it might be. And so, like Thanksgiving dinner, everybody goes. And it's not just Mark and I, but the grandkids, the kids, the son-in-laws. It didn't cross my mind. But my daughter calls me and said, well, my husband might need to work late. James might have to, you can come without him. She didn't want to come without him because this was extremely emotional to her, and I had no idea because this was just maybe when we may never need it, right? And then, of course, her daughter was the same way. She didn't want to go. She was very, and well, Nani, I might cry while I'm there. And I said, that's okay if you cry, no big deal. Boy, I've given tours through assisted living and stuff, and I never, gosh, I'm so sorry to say, I know, just a different perspective, because I was always proud of our places. So we went, and it was a complete turnaround by the time we left, because by the time we left, they had your room picked out, didn't they?
Yep.
Hey, Pa, here's the room down here for you.
Yeah. My granddaughter picked it out.
The granddaughter who didn't want to go was the one who picked it out. Okay. So they've looked at it. And, you know, it just recently dawned on me for some reason that we should probably do the same thing with the nursing homes in the area. And so I was thinking that maybe Mark could volunteer in the nursing home and take Sophie in and do some visiting and volunteering, and he could get a feel for if he liked this one or not liked that one and what they might be like. So advanced planning doesn't just mean unplug me or not, you know, kind of thing. We've made decisions, but going that far too. And we brought our kind of our church family all along with us, and we do all these different educations and these top educational events on these various topics. Mark and I have both decided to go with body donation to the university, but we had, you know, people come in and talk to us about all the different choices. And then I almost forgot about this, but there's a designated funeral representative. There's something that, because when we had the speaker come in and talk to us about it, it's a relatively new law.
They said a couple of years.
Yes, okay, and so there's a relatively new law, and because she said something about, and I'm not an expert about it, but I recall her saying something about that if it was cremation, everybody had to agree, and if there was one dissenting, and so, you know, it's kind of like the healthcare stuff, just you have to have somebody appointed. Yeah. There's this real interesting game called Hello, and it's a game about talking about end-of-life wishes, and it's a good way to jumpstart those discussions with family members. We brought that game into the church, and it was interesting. There was a young couple there, thought it was a young table of friends. They thought it was game night at church. They're like, oh, we're playing a dead game, you know? Well, by the time the end came around, it was that young table that was most interested, because they said, we have kids. You know, we need to make these decisions and, you know, make sure we know. So they, a few other strategies that we've done for living well with dementia. Take a picture where you park. We learned that. Use small packing bags inside your suitcase for the day. So you know those little ones, and so put the socks, the underwear, the pants, the shirt, and you just unzip it. You don't have to try to find it in all those different suitcase places. And, you know, if you're a woman, put the jewelry and everything that goes, so it's all complete, easy. Pick out that bag out of the suitcase, and it's ready to go. Do the pre-TSA, right, Pa?
No kidding. That's
you know, you pay extra, but and you go ahead of time, but zoom. We utilize a wheelchair. Mark can walk, but he wants to go this way, and I want to go that way, and we've just come. It's just he's nervous when we go. I'm a little nervous too, and so we have curb-to-curb service with that wheelchair. They take us, and so we utilize a wheelchair, and that makes our life a lot easier. Plan arrival time to allow a rest period to an event or after an event. You know, I mean, you just have to build that into, even Mark has I heard him, a friend invited him to do something, and it didn't just look, was my calendar available that day, but what do I have the day before or the day after, because it's just too draining. Mark distributes self-advocacy cards, and so when he gets on the plane, or if he has any issues, he's got this little business card made up like this. And it says, I asked him what he wanted on it, and you know, we've seen some other sample ones. Please be patient with me. I have dementia and may take longer to make decisions. Need you to repeat yourself. Have difficulty following instructions, or forgot what you told me. And then it just has our email address, and that way if he meets somebody at a conference, because we do a lot of conferences and stuff that he wants to follow up with, they can. I don't have, you know, just because people warn me about like call Brenda for a good time, you know, so I just put in case of an emergency in my phone number. And then we put information about Sophie on the back, about giving us access for Sophie, the ADA. And then he's also insulin dependent and diabetic. And so when he gets on an airplane in particular, he will give this. And I mean, a friend of ours who's living with dementia was an international flight attendant, and he'll talk about, I mean, we all think, ha ha ha, put the mask on first. He's like, I have to get people off that plane in 120 seconds. So I now realized why those attendants pay attention to this when Mark gives it to them. Because if there were an emergency, he's going to need a special assistance.
They always ask you where you're sitting, what's your seat number.
And so, and then I think, and perhaps it's just my perception, but then I've seen that, I'm like, whoa, they're so nice. They're giving them more time about the beverage. They talk, you know, like, it's not like they're, you want tea or water, sir? They look with it. I mean, I don't know if somebody's trained them, but, you know, our experience, the Delta has been wonderful. Other strategies for us for living well is educating. You know, our church family is important to us, and so people knowing at church. Mark hasn't always been, for sake of time, and you know, hasn't always been a good boy at church, right? Have had some things come up. It's not always ideal, and so we've educated the church about some issues that might happen. We've educated the soccer team. You know, we use Facebook and blogs a lot. Sophie's our best strategy, and we did that ahead. Oh, we don't have the video of Sophie running to get it, which is so cute. Oh, and we can't watch this. The other thing is that I really love about TIPA is there are different ways that different types of tests or scales, like some people just refer to dementia as early, middle, and late. That's easy. But the global deterioration scale has a 7-point scale based on loss. If you're a 1, you're great, fully intact. 7, you're ready to die. Allen cognitive, 6 is fully functional, and then the numbers goes down. So you could see if you're in that world of the, you know, talking, is your mom, and I'm so surprised I see that on Facebook so much. Is your mom what stage is she? Is she a 3? She's a 5. She's a 6. All right. We'll get there. What I like, and I was going to show Tipa's, get online and look up Tipa Snow. It's an easy name to remember. She's got a lot of YouTube videos. So I was going to show you the video of her. But what I love about this is she talks about she wanted to give she doesn't call them stages, she calls them states of dementia. And what I don't want to get too far ahead. And so instead of creating a them and us philosophy about this too, she said, I tried to think of something that would be different but valuable. She said, I thought gems. Gems are all different, but they're all valuable. And so she talks about the sapphire, true blue. That's normal aging. That's me and you. Okay, true blue. Diamond. They're still often is the next level. They're often undiagnosed. And family frequently are at odds with each other. They're seeing a problem at this time. Diamond. How is a diamond formed? Under pressure. The diamond state is that state that we were in, all that pressure we had at the beginning. You and I, we're sapphires typically, but put us under pressure, we can become diamonds too. Rigid, hard, cutting. An emerald. Usually have a diagnosis by the time you're an emerald, or about to see. Most are aware of significant deficits, and some can be fooled by social chit-chat. So with my thinking, for a long time I said Mark was a diamond, and when I see Mark as a diamond, but I would see emerald moments. And when I saw the emerald moments is when I then started looking at all those things I said I looked at. Diet, environment, social life, all those different things. Why was he becoming an emerald? So I kind of changed my thinking from removing things that I thought he couldn't do anymore to coming underneath and support and how can I give him more diamond moments. At the last presentation we did, Mark said, well, I think I'm getting to be more of an emerald. So he's starting to see himself as an emerald more. So see, you're not ever just one or the other. Under pressure, we're a sapphire, but under pressure, we're a diamond. Okay, so you're never in one state, one stage. It comes and goes. Amber, your deficits are more clear, and you're caught in a moment of time. An amber is formed by something being caught and a syrup or something around it and builds it. And then the ruby, Usually by that time you're needing 24-hour care. And I absolutely love her description, and I'm sorry we couldn't watch the video of the pearl, because she talks about by the end of this disease, the body is not so pretty anymore. And that's the way it is. What's a pearl in a clam? And the outside the clam isn't like that gorgeous to look at. But we're all worried about taking care of the shell. You know, we're like this, oh, we got to clean here because might get a yeast infection, might get a breakdown, might get a bed sore. We're concerned a lot at that state of living regarding the clam, the shell. But unfortunately, we didn't see the video with Gladys Wilson where she comes, that clam opens for a moment and you see the beautiful pearl inside. But then you look for the pearl moments. They're not, they're occasionals, but that's what we need to remember, that person is inside there. We often say, oh, they're the shell of whom they used to be. They're still in there. And there's so many interesting things about love and love continuing on into later states of the disease. What I love about what Teepa also says is that persons living with dementia are like precious jewels. With the right setting and the right care, they can shine. So I would like to go round robin really, really quick and just say one word that describes today for you. Just one word. Boring, tired, exciting, fun, couldn't relate, whatever you want to say. Pardon? Informative. Okay, since you started first. Relieving. Educational. Personal. Educational. Insightful. Engaging. Helpful, great. Hopeful, oh good.
Yes, educational.
Educational. Informative. Helpful, great. Oh, good. Good. Informative. Hopeful. Helpful. Eye-opening. Educational. Good. Thankful. Enlightening. Compassionate. Real. Thank you. Great. Okay, the way I always like to end our presentations, I don't think I have anything else there. I guess I put up here one of the best ways to take care of yourself is, in my opinion, is to understand dementia and the symptoms and the progression. I believe the more you learn about it, the easier it'll be on yourself and your person you care for. I love this analogy one Sunday in church when we talked about the other person's reality. One Sunday in church, the pastor talked about her brother who was hiking, and while they were hiking, he got lost. There was such a deep fog that he could not find his way around. They had walkie-talkies, and they were telling him where to come. Now, I can probably relate to this because I do get lost, and I know how scary it is to be lost. And so they're on the walkie-talkies, and they finally said to the guy, "Stay put. I'm coming to you." That spoke so loudly to me that our loved one can stay put, I don't mean physically, but where they are, and we can come to them. We don't have to use the walkie-talkie and give directions on how to come to us. So what I like to do at the conclusion is Tracy, the daughter who we didn't think we could keep in the house and that we now live with, the first year that Mark was diagnosed, that first Christmas, she made this picture book, and man, we got to do something again so we can tell more stories. But she talks about how she didn't cry when Dad's diagnosis, but when she started working on this picture book, that's when it came to her. And so she wrote this poem for Mark for this Christmas, for his picture book at Christmas. And I love this picture. This is these two, the way they usually are. But that's that Christmas, okay? That's when we were really raw, right? I mean, we hadn't been diagnosed very long. And just to me, the hug and the face it's kind of pain, but there's real love here. I mean, when you hear the poem and you'll get the feeling. She calls it Our Journey. We're on a journey together. There's no reason to pack a thing. We're on a journey as a family. You told me an amazing story on our journey here. When the time comes that you cannot recall, I will be your memory. You loved us with all your heart and soul. You taught us our names. When the time comes that you do not remember my name, I will teach you. I will be your memory. You once carried us as infants in your protective arms. I remember. You taught me life is mostly uphill and to stand strong as you hold me up. When the battle gets hard, I will carry and protect you. There was a day when we strayed and you steered. I remember. When the day comes when you stray, I will steer. You led, loved, and supported your family through the journey until this point. I remember. When the thoughts don't flow, I will lead. When we were sad and sick, you sat and nurtured us. No words were needed. Your touch was enough. I remember. If the time comes when you're unaware of our presence, I will hold your hand. I will be your memory. My dad and mom taught me that family has unconditional love. Even when words fail, you will feel my love. I will be your memory. We will remember. We will be your legacy. Thank you so much for your time, your attention, your interest. I'm thrilled that some of you said it's hopeful, because that's what we want this message to be, is hopeful. So thank you so very much. And there are evaluation forms that I'm sure that they would appreciate you filling out and leaving with you today. So thank you so much.